Welcome back to the live stream. Speedbird14 here for another flight across Europe in the Fenix A320 with virtual BAW. If you'd like to join Virtual Airline, you can visit bamsys.io/register/BAW. So here we are. We're in Golf Echo Uniform. This is one of the older 320s we have here at British Airways. And we're at T5B today over to Tromsø. If you don't know where Tromsø is, let's have a look on Navigaf. So we'll import from SimBrief. Down here in Heathrow is where we are right now. And we're going to head up northeast into Norway, all the way up into the Arctic Circle to Tromsø. It's an interesting approach into Tromsø. It's quite there's a lot of terrain around. It's also a 4-degree glide slope opposed to a 3-degree, so it's a steeper approach.
No issues on the walk around.
As you can see, the aircraft is very much underway with boarding and all the preparations ready for our departure. We are departing at 10:10, so in 30 minutes time. So we'll start getting ready and we'll have a look at the operational flight plan today. And let's first of all just get the EFB set up. And we'll head down to the MCDU and we'll set everything up. As always, ATC first. information via ACARS. So we are Speedbird 6 to November today. You may have noticed the call sign change there from the previous live streams. Shuttle is the domestic call sign from the days of BEA. And Speedbird, as is with the channel name, is the British Airways call sign for all other mainline services. So we'll go over to the init page, get the ACARS request to initiate the flight plan. And whilst we're doing that, we can have a look at getting the ATC.
Conditions: view at 3500 feet. Scattered at 4500 feet. Temperature 13. Dew point 10. QNH 1007. Transition level 80. Caution
Okay, slight technical issue.
Course heading, altitude, and if traffic service is requested.
I'll just resolve that. I'll be back in a moment.
Short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You have information Victor. London Heathrow Airport. Information Victor. 0920 Zulu. Arriving runway 27 right. Departing runway 27 left. Wind 210 at 12. Visibility 10. Sky conditions: view at 3500 feet. Scattered at 4500 feet. Temperature 13. Dew point 10. QNH 1007. Transition level 80. Caution bird activity. Advise on course heading, altitude, and if traffic service is requested. Read all runway and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You have information Victor. London Heathrow Airport. Information Victor. 0920 Zulu. Arriving runway 27 right. Departing runway 27 left. Wind 210 at 12. Visibility 10. Sky conditions: view at 3500 feet. Scattered at 4500 feet. Temperature 13. Dew point 10. QNH 1007. Transition level 80. Caution bird activity. Advise on course heading, altitude, and if traffic service is requested. Read all runway and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact. You have information Victor.
Okay, that's information Victor we have. Sorry about that little technical issue there. So information Victor, winds are 210 at 12, so a slight crosswind for runway 27. Clouds are 3,500 feet and 4,500 feet. You'll never get clouds shown on the ATC above 5,000 because that is the service ceiling. So if you ever hear like a CAV or K or no clouds detected, that's why. It's only forecast 5,000 feet above the airfield elevation. So we've got a temperature of 13 today, which is quite mild. QNH of 1007. So we'll just dial all that into the QNH there. And we'll get our clearance and then we'll head over to the MCD and set that up. Heathrow clearance, Speedbird 6 to November, information Victor, QNH 1007, request IFR clearance to Tromsø.
Clearance on request, you're number 1. Speedbird 14, cleared to Tromsø via the Brookmans Park 7 Golf, departure, runway 27 left. Initial climb to flight level 060. Departure on 125.625 squawk 6141.
Cleared to Tromsø via the Brooklands Park 7 Golf departure, runway 27 left. Climb to 6,000, departure 125.625 squawk 6141. Speedbird 62 November.
Speedbird14, read that correct. Contact ground on 121.905 when ready.
Ground 121.905, Speedbird 62 November. So as mentioned before, we're using SayIntentions.ai, which I am a partner with, for our ATC and traffic injection. So we'll head back down to the MCDU and we'll start filling that in. So we are Speedbird 62 November, of course we're on 20. Cruising at 370 today with an outside temperature of -57. There we go, flight level 370, -57 degrees, that's at cruise altitude. Ground temperature today is 13, that's from the ATC, and we'll get the winds. Still trying to get that ACARS sent through onto the screen for you, but right now it's on my phone. So zero fuel weight today is 57.3
Ground United
tons.
940, taxi to parking.
With
United
a COG
940, taxi to parking via Alpha 9er,
33.3,
Echo Alpha Kilo Bravo
9.3 tons of fuel.
Alpha 9er, Echo Alpha
Our departure,
Kilo,
as
Bravo,
mentioned, is the
Kilo, United
27
940.
Park 7 Golf.
Shuttle 16 Charlie, contact tower
Going
on
into Tromsø.
124.48.
We have the Tromsø here, runway 18. And then coming down to our arrival, you can see we're the Atweg 1 mic, routing via non-route, sorry. We'll insert that. And when we come down to alternate, we would obviously be departing off runway 18 because that's
Speedbird
the
7 Golf
arrival
Victor,
we'll be
contact tower on
arriving on
124.48.
by the rocks for Bravo.
Tower Speedbird 7 Golf Victor.
Just look for that one, rocks for Bravo, insert there. Alternate airport today is it's only 65 miles away. So we'll come down to our alternate Bardufoss, and the arrival, I've got the memory of a sieve, will be runway 28, and it'll be a no start arrival. There'll be radar vectors direct from Roxo. Over to the performance page. We'll just look at that on the laptop here. So many devices that we have today. So we're obviously a dry day today. Runway 27 left departure. config 1 plus F for departure. No toga, so it will be a reduced takeoff thrust. No anti-ice. Packs are on. So that's a V1 of 153. V rotate 153. V2 154. Transition altitude today from the ATC is 8,000 feet. 3,000 for the engine out. Flaps 1 with a down config 0.5. And as always from Heathrow, flex temp of 70 degrees. Just going over to the secondary flight plan today, we'll copy the active. Now if we have a look on the navigation display with the plan function, if we move along here, you can see we go to on the Brooklands Park 7 Golf departure, we go to CHT, and we also go to BPK, which is Brooklands Park. So with the secondary flight plan, we can go down to Brooklands Park, enter a new destination.
The security and safety checks are all done. Are we good to start boarding?
Yes.
Okay.
New destination of Heathrow. And now if we're taking off from 27 left, we can expect an arrival on 27 right. No star. But then we can click back to the flight plan. And you can see that CHT is already on there. So from that, we could already implement the engine out procedure for a return to Heathrow. Going back to secondary flight plan, we'll go to the performance page. As you can see, we've copied it all in from the main flight plan performance. So all we need to do is put in our, too far there, our arrival, which is just from the ATC. So wind is 210 at 12, temperature of 13 degrees, QNH of 1006. Transition level is 085, and as always 278 for the arrival on the Barrow. So that's the box set up, that's the MCDU, the brains of the aircraft. So if we go over to the EFB, then have a look at where we are on the airfield. So we're at Terminal 5B, and we're taking off from 27 left today. So we can expect a taxi via Bravo all the way down, link 28, November 1. We'll hold here, and we'll be cleared for takeoff. We'll then be on the Brooklands Park 7 Golf departure. Brooklands Park 7 is the departure from Heathrow on the 27s. You can then see that right is F and G is left. So we'll just take off, follow the Brooklands Park departure all the way up to Brooklands Park, which is over by Stansted, and then be routing via the northeast. Once we are away from the London zone, we'll be crossing the North Sea over into Norway airspace, and we stay in Norway airspace all the way up to Tromsø, which is just south of the North 70 latitude, which is, I think, 6-7 is the Arctic Circle. So we are very much going into the Arctic Circle. It gets a little bit interesting up there. You'll see on the navigation display when we get up there. that we change onto grid navigation, and I'll explain a little bit more about that later on in flight. So just checking the overhead then. So the ADIAs are all synchronized and aligned. The operational crew oxygen supply is on. For some reason, wing anti-ice is on, and I don't know why. As is our taxi light. Hey ho. Everything is set up properly. We've got the emergency lights set to arm. No smoking sign is on. If we go back to the main screen, then we can see we've also been refueled. So we can put the seatbelt signs on, start the APU. APU is coming online. And with that being said, I think we'll do a before start brief.
Are you ready for the departure brief?
Go ahead.
Okay, the newest weather shows good conditions. Plan to push and start for 2-engine taxi. There are no hotspots along our taxi route. There'll be a left seat takeoff, and there's no need for radar today. We'll plan for a reduced thrust takeoff. Prior to V1, for any master warning, engine fire or failure that will prevent the aircraft from flying safely, we'll abort and stop on the runway. After V1, we'll take it flying and deal with it in the air and plan to come back here. Our top threat will be complacency. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay, that completes the brief.
Cockpit preparation checklist. Cockpit preparation checklist.
Gear pins and covers.
Removed.
Fuel quantity.
9,400 kilograms balanced.
Seat belts.
On.
Adheres.
Nav.
Faro ref.
QNH 1007.
1007. Set. Cockpit preparation checklist completed.
So we're just waiting for the last of our self-boarding cargo, our passengers, to get on board. As mentioned, our departure time is at 10:10 today. Now that the APU is running, we can remove the external power supply. So we switch that over. We can also turn on the fuel pumps. They go on one at a time. And you can see as well on here with the air conditioning system. So this is this box here. We've got Pack 1 fault, Pack 2 fault, and the electrical supply, we've got a Gen 1 fault and a Gen 2 fault. That's simply because the engines are not running right now. So as mentioned in a previous stream, the Airbus philosophy is if it's lights extinguished, system's good. So if we've got a fault light come on, it's more evident from a blank panel. So there you can see Gen 1, Pack 1. Therefore engine 1 is not running. Gen 2, Pack 2, engine 2 is not running. We do, however, have the auxiliary power unit, the APU, which is running in the tail of the aircraft, supplying air conditioning, pneumatics and electrical power. So once we call for our pushback, the external power will be removed by the ground crew, and we will be ready to go. They'll also remove the chocks, which are like blocks that go behind the wheels and in front of the wheels, stop the aircraft moving should the brake system fail. We can see down here that we do have accumulated brake pressure within the system that is off, so that means the brakes are applied. And if that was sitting at 0, we know that the brakes are not on, but the chocks would keep the aircraft in position. So you would hope. Just waiting off 4 passengers now. And you can see down there, the bottom right of the screen, that the transponder is set for 6141, just the code given to us by ATC. Amazing, so that's boarding complete. The doors will now start to close, and we can look at getting our start clearance. We've just got the last final compliance load sheet through, and just go to the init page. Just confirm the weights. So our zero fuel weight is 57.6, so that's gone up a little bit. Zero fuel weight CG is correct, and we have 9.3 tons of fuel. Just looking at the fuel prediction there. So we are estimated to land into Tromsø with 2.4 tons of fuel, and our
Hey guys, all packs are on board. Are we clear to close?
Yes, thanks. Yes. Yes.
Thanks, let me know if you need anything.
And our alternate will be landing with 1.7. That's our legal minimum that we need to be landing with as well. Right now we are predicted to have 9 minutes extra fuel. Not a lot. Heathrow ground, Speedbird 6 to November, stand 534, request push and start.
Speedbird 6 to November, push and start approved, face south.
Push and start approved, face south. Speedbird 6 to November. Okay, so we've got our start clearance there. Put the beacon on. And the AP bleed. As mentioned, a few things will start happening now. And we can do the before start checklist.
Parking brake.
Set.
Takeoff speeds and thrust.
V1 153, V rotate 153, V2 154, flexing 70 degrees. flexing 70 degrees.
V1 1 5 3 VR 1 5 3 V2 1 5 4 flex temp 70 degrees. Windows.
Close.
Beacon.
On.
Before start checklist completed.
So whilst the cabin crew start to prepare the cabin for departure, we'll go ahead and start our engines. Starting engine 1. Starting engine 1.
Okay.
So what are we looking at here? So we're looking for our N2, which is the turbine. That reaches 25%. 25% fuel is engaged and the combustion starts to happen within the engine. Before 25%, it's fed air to blow the turbine, turn it round and get it up to speed. Once it's at speed at 25%, as I say, fuel is injected, combustion starts to happen and the turbine starts to increase. N2, as I say, is the turbine speed. N1 is the fan speed at the front. So engine 1 is now available, and if we just head over to this screen, you can see we've reached 1 minute. So we're below our 1.5 minutes. We reset the clock. Starting engine 2.
Okay.
Flip the switch, start the clock. And again, watching N2 on engine 2. Brake set. You can see parking brake there. So we're waiting for 25%. Once we reach 25%, you'll see this fuel flow figure start to increase. So there's 25%. And the fuel starts to come in. As fuel starts to come in, engine gas temperature, exhaust gas temperature starts to increase. N1 starts to increase, that's the fan at the front, and the engine starts to manage itself. You can see the start valve has just closed, and when the box around N2 goes off, the start process has completed and the engine is self-sufficient. Engine 2 available, box goes off, engine is on. So then we'll then come down here to the pedestal, put the ignition switch to normal. That triggers a flow for Stephanie. We're then going to put the auto brake on max and turn the APU off. After start checklist.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Ecom status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
0.5% set.
Rudder trim.
Neutral.
After start checklist completed.
Flight control check. Flight controls check.
Ready. Full up.
Runway 27 left taxi via Bravo,
Full down.
link 28, November 1, Shamrock 381.
Full left.
Speedbird 825.
Full right.
Ahead.
Neutral.
Rudder.
Giving way to
Full
the
left.
Shuttle 320 Neo, Speedbird 825.
Full right. Neutral.
Sierra, taxi to the gate.
Shuttle 19er Sierra, taxi to parking via Alpha 9er. Echo, Alpha, Charlie.
Echo, Alpha, Charlie, shuttle 19er Sierra.
Heathrow ground shuttle, correction, Speedbird 6 November. On Bravo, request taxi.
Speedbird 6 November, runway 27 left taxi via Bravo. Link 28, November 1.
Ready to taxi.
Runway 27 left, taxi via Bravo, link 28 November 1, Speedbird 6 November.
Runway
Clear left side.
Taxi via Tango
Clear right
Sierra,
side.
Sierra 1 Malaysian 3.
Brake check. Taxi checklist.
Flight controls.
Just get the cabin now. Thank you, Cameron. So the cabin is secure. Checked.
Checked. Flap setting.
Config 1+F.
Config 1+F. Radar and predictive wind shear system.
On and auto.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Ecam memo.
Brake check.
Camera 156, give way to United.
Takeoff no blue.
Taxi checklist completed.
Give way to the United
Brake check.
757 Shamrock 156.
Pressure 0.
Okay, so we're heading out on Bravo down to runway 27 left for our departure to Tromsø. We are on time. We push back on time. Just love seeing all those red, white and blue tails. Busy day here at Heathrow. Got 380 over there, 350, a couple of 350s actually. 777-300 as well. So British Airways operates both out of Terminal 5 and Terminal 3 here at Heathrow. We have partnerships with Qatar out of Terminal 4, Iberia, they fly out of Terminal 5 with us. You have American Airlines at Terminal 3,
Shamrock 381 contact tower on 124
Aer Lingus at
decimal
Terminal
48.
2. So there's a lot of connections and a lot of code shares that happen at Heathrow, so that's why it's so busy and why the third runway is so important at Heathrow, because of connections. And it's just the biggest hub in Europe, so good to improve and expand rather than building another airport, which might potentially take away land use from other uses, for instance housing, which is apparently scarce in the UK. So that's runway 27 left on our right hand side here, just going down the south side of the
Delta
airfield.
contact tower on 124 decimal 48.
Switching to tower, shuttle 2 Delta.
It's good to keep the speed below 30 knots if you can. I'm actually on idle power at the moment. There's no extra power being put in from the throttles. This is just literally the engines at their idle thrust, which is pushing us along, along with quite a good tailwind pushing us along. So we're at 30 knots now. For some reason there's an aircraft coming straight at us. Interesting. Just going to slow down a bit, see where that's
Malaysian
going.
3 contact tower on 124 decimal 48.
Tower, Malaysian 3.
it's going to go into one of those gates. If it doesn't, it's going to go straight through us. As mentioned, this is SayIntentions.ai doing the ATC and traffic injection. Just come to a stop there. Yeah, there we go. I haven't yet been told to hold. It does prioritise the user's aircraft. However, if there's an aircraft that is affecting your flight for more than, I think it's 30 seconds, it just disappears for some reason. I'm quite happy to wait for traffic. It's quite weird when a plane is in front of you and just disappears. There we go.
Alpha 9 Echo Hotel Bravo Foxtrot Golf Delta 3.
You can see there in the distance there's a big hangar with British Airways on it. That's one of our main maintenance facilities here. And there's also a structure behind that. It just looks like a car park. It's actually a listed building. That's where we do our recurrence every year. On the 1st and 9th floor. And a building adjacent to that, TB K, I think it is, technical block K, is where all the flight simulators are. So all of our training is at Heathrow. If you're Gatwick based, that's also here at Heathrow. I believe Eurofly is also at Heathrow, but I may be mistaken on that. And City is done elsewhere. I'm not sure where they do their training. So expecting a handoff to tower momentarily. Good old Concorde. I don't know what that 320 is doing. That's glitching out somewhere. Oh, there we go.
Beaver 62 November. Contact tower on 124.48. Safe flight.
124.48. Speedbird 62 November. Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 62 November. Ready for departure. Runway 27 left.
Speedbird 62 November, Heathrow Tower, runway 27 left, winds 210 at
Cleared for
12,
departure.
cleared for takeoff.
Clear for takeoff, runway 27 left, Speedbird 62 November. Cleared for departure. Cleared for departure. To crew again, marking up. Cleared for departure. Let's just reset that.
On runway 2.
Cleared for departure.
Left 10,800 feet
Takeoff
remaining.
runway confirmed. Approach path clear of traffic.
Lineup checklist.
Takeoff runway.
Confirmed.
Runway 27 left confirmed. TCAS.
TARA.
Packs 1 and 2.
On.
Lineup checklist completed.
Takeoff.
Speedbird 303, winds 210 at 10, runway 27 right, cleared to land.
And flex 70, SRS runway, auto thrust blue.
Checked. Thrust set. knots.
Checked.
V1, rotate. Positive climb.
Gear up.
Gear up.
Nav.
Speedbird 62 November. Contact departure on 125.62.
125.625, Speedbird 62 November. Heathrow departure, Speedbird 62 November, passing 1,600, climbing 6,000. Up 0.
Speed checked. Flaps 0.
Speedbird 62 November, Heathrow radar identified. Climb flight level 090.
Climb flight level 090, Speedbird 62 November. Open climb, out blue.
Checked.
So we're still on manual flight at the moment.
Speedbird 62 November, climb flight level 200.
Climb flight level 200, Speedbird 62 November. Such a nice day.
Speedbird 62 November, contact London Control on 119.78.
119.780, Speedbird 62 November. London Control, Speedbird 62 November, passing 6,000, climbing flight level 200. Set standard.
Standard cross-checked. Passing flight level 0, 6, 6.
Speedbird 62 November, London Control, identified. Hello London, QNH 1007.
QNH 1007, Speedbird 62 November. So I was asked the other day, why do you set standard so early? You set wherever you are going. So if you have been cleared to a flight level, then you can set standard QNH. If you are cleared to an altitude, you can set local QNH. We'll wait for the acceleration speed at flight level 100 and then we'll put the autopilot on. There's the acceleration speed, so the aircraft pitches down.
Climb flight level 280.
Climb flight level 280, Speedbird 62 November. Just keeping that nose, the dot of the primary flight display in the middle of the crosshairs. That's us flying the plane manually, following the flight director. The flight director is going to tell us where to go. It's a nice cell to our right hand side there. Autopilot 1. So now on autopilot 1, which you can see on the FCU there, autopilot 1, this is the auto thrust, that's also engaged. So we're climbing to flight level 280, we are standard set, and we're just passing, just coming up to flight level 120, coming up to Brookness Park. So if I just put on the airport page, you'll see we have Stansted just on our nose, and Luton is just down there under that cloud somewhere. out a bit to see where we are. So it looks like we'll be at flight level 280 just by Norwich. I think that's Norwich. So we're still in busy airspace, we'll keep it on a 40-mile radius. Minutes since pushback, 6 minutes since takeoff. We're just approaching 15,000 feet. So reaching
climb flight level 320.
Climb flight level 320, Speedbird 62 November. So that's the end of the departure. The standard terminal arrival. Get my terminology right, the standard instrument departure, and we're now into the en route phase of our flight. So just looking at the map then, quite a long way to go today. We have approximately, just looking at the flight plan, so 2 hours and 54 minutes up to Tromsø. We'll be routing, as mentioned, just south of Norwich, over Lowestoft, and then we're making our way out over the North Sea, which is where the majority of the oil rigs and everything for the UK and Europe are positioned. A lot of wind farms as well, and then we'll make our way into Norway. This would probably be a good time to have a look at what the weather is doing for you guys. So we'll just come over to the ATC AOC menu, weather, WX, weather request, ENTC, ENTC.
Climb flight level 370.
Climb flight level 370, Speedbird 62 November. Send that. Received messages with data. So as you can see there, light winds from the northeast, 10,000 meter visibility, few clouds at 1,300 feet, broken at 51. Temperature is -1 degrees, that's what the M means. Dew point -3, QNH 1005, which we can actually set that now. No significant weather. Remarks, wind at 2,600 feet, 170 at 11. So you can see it's veering. It veers from 06 to 170. So you can expect a massive change in the direction of the wind from 2,600 feet down to ground level. The wind at 2,600 feet is taken off of a local hillside. So that's how they get that information, because it's very close to the approach, as you will soon see in 2.5 hours time. If you are just joining, thank you for watching. This is Speedbird14. Call sign today is Speedbird 62 November. And we're going to the top of Norway up to Tromsø. Auto thrust off. Can we re-engage? We can re-engage, no issues there. Interesting. No idea what happened there. I did recalibrate my throttles literally just before pushback, so that could be why. Just have a look on the engine page. Everything seems pretty normal. I have no idea why that error came up. We're back on track now. Cruise altitude today is flight level 370. That's 37,000 feet. Remember, if you like what you see, drop a follow, like and share the page, streaming on Twitch and YouTube. And if you like us on one platform, feel free to pop over. Search Speedbird14 on both platforms and you'll be able to find the channel.
Foxtrot Whiskey, flight level 370. 62 Foxtrot Whiskey, radar contact.
So we're just coasting out over the North Sea. As you can see, we have a pretty thick cloud layer, unfortunately, so the views of the North Sea are not going to be great. I'd love to know what you want to see from the live stream. So if you have any kind of desire to see anything, to go anywhere, please let me know. Drop a comment into chat. So we're both on YouTube and Twitch. If you head over to the Twitch page, you can also put a destination request for any future videos that come up. You can put in a suggestion for the destination page.
$1,000 to go.
Checked.
November. Contact London Control on 121.23.
121.23, Speedbird 16 November. London Control, Speedbird 62 November, flight level 370.
Speedbird 62 November, London Control, identified, good morning.
Oh, hello Max, you're back. You would like to see long haul in the A350 or A380? I don't do long haul, I'm sorry to say. we've had this conversation. It's too long. Yeah, we're going to do the return as well today. Tromsø there and back. So we're just coming up to one of our flight points on the flight map. So ROCAN will do a fuel check, just to make sure there's no leaks or anything in the system. Just had some traffic pop up there, so where's that? It's 1,700 feet below us. Descending, no factor for us, so that's absolutely fine. One of the things we need to think about as well when flying over water, as we are, it's quite a substantial amount of water, where are we going to go if we have a problem? So right now we're close enough to go back to Heathrow if we needed to. But you could also say, well, couldn't we go to Amsterdam? Yep, we could go to Amsterdam. We could also go to Oslo, which is one of pick that one. There it is. Oslo is up there. So what you can do on the fixed information page is you can put a 300-mile radius around your airports. sorry, not 300, 250. It's got 250 or less. Which kind of gives you an idea of what you could do. Another option could be Copenhagen's a bit far, but it is an option. But Hamburg is also a good option. So what this does is, on the navigation display, it draws circles 250 miles around the airports. And where they cross is where you make the decision. So right now we could go to either Heathrow, because we're within this circle, or we could go to Hamburg, because we're in this circle. From a company perspective, it's always good to go where you've got an account. So if it's a destination you fly to, it's always a good decision to go there. It saves the captain having to put the fuel bill on his credit card. It has happened. Amsterdam, Oslo, yep, they're all good. Finland and Copenhagen, yep, so we've got Copenhagen in there. Apologies, no, we've got Hamburg in there. We've got Oslo in there. So that covers us for the duration of our journey over the water. So we can just now think, we can quickly look on the screen and go, okay, well, I know that we are less than 250 miles from Hamburg. So that would be a good choice. We could also go straight back to Heathrow right now. And if you remember from Saturday's stream as well, until we get to the equal time point, the ETP point, which I thought was on the screen. We look at the plan. It's on the navigation display, I know that. Has it not worked out? I don't know. Anyway, yeah, once we reach the equal time point, then we can no longer return back to our Archer airfield.
Speedbird 62 November, London Control, contact Scottish Control on 118.78.
Scottish Control 118.78 to Speedbird 62 November. Scottish Control, Speedbird 62 November, flight level 370, just approaching Lager.
Speedbird 62 November, Scottish Control, identified. Good afternoon.
LC applies for 20 Neo ops. LC? Do you want to explain that one, Max? Ah, yeah. I'm quite interested in that. Yeah, London City has applied for 320 Neo ops, not 321, just 320s, to increase capacity. Right now, the A220 is the largest aircraft that can go in there. They want to get the 320 Neo because it's got the performance. It's got the performance to do it. It's also got the noise certificate to do it, because City's got quite a strict noise abatement procedures. So yeah, it's going to be interesting if they get that. I'd love to see a 320 go in there. They would have to augment the flight controls like they did the 318s. Why not 319s? I don't think the 319s have the power because they have a D-rated engine. The 318 could do it. Obviously, we operated it for several years, but it didn't have the power on the CO engine to go all the way to New York with the fuel out of City, whereas the Neos do. With their geared turbofan engine. Just make some traffic there. 20 miles, about 15 miles ahead. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see. They've implemented so it wouldn't be using the ILS, the 320 would be on a GNSS approach. But yeah, it'd be interesting to see if that comes up. It'll be years away though. Why would I be doing long haul ops if City Flyer gets some Neos? The 320 Neos can't go to New York if that's what you're thinking. And they would never operate that again. it was never full. It would be purely to increase City Flyers' capacity with the amount of slots that they have. That is the problem with City. It can't grow. It is surrounded by the city. It can't grow anymore, so they just need to get more passengers on bigger planes. But right now the biggest plane that we operate is the 190 from Embraer. I personally don't understand why they haven't bought the A220s, but if they're going to get 320 Neos in there, and they're even bigger, City Fly is going to have a massive recruitment drive. I actually agree with that, Max. Yeah, I think they should have got the A220s. it would certainly increase capacity. Because right now the Embraer 190s they operate, they've only got 106 seats. Whereas the A320-300, which is the largest aircraft that goes into the city, is 160 seats. Yeah, only 106, yeah. I think they've recently densified them.
Copenhagen info, Red Nose 6 Bravo Golf, flight level 350.
Does require 3
Red Nose
cabin
6
crew,
Bravo Golf, radar contact.
2 flight crew. So it's very small teams. We're just approaching the edge of the Hamburg safety ring there, so outside that ring on the navigation display you can expect that we would divert to Oslo if needed.
Speedbird14 November, Scottish Control, contact Copenhagen Control on 134.68 relay.
Copenhagen Control 134.68, Speedbird 62 November. I keep getting the call sign mixed up with flying domestically too much. Copenhagen Control, Speedbird 62 November, flight level 370.
Speedbird 62 November, Copenhagen Control, identified. Good afternoon. Copenhagen Control. Contact Polaris Control on 120.655.
Polaris Control 120.655, Speedbird 16 November. Bye. Polaris Control, Speedbird 62 November, flight level 370.
Speedbird 62 November, Polaris Control, identified, high pilot.
We're about 160 miles from our equal time point. I'm going to hand over the radios to Stephanie to step out the flight deck for just a moment. Stephanie, you have radios.
I've got the radios, Captain.
So Stephanie's going to handle the radios, and I'll be back in about 10 minutes. Just going to stretch the legs.
136.28.
Switching to Polaris Control on 136.28. Speedbird 62 November. Speedbird 62 November. Good afternoon. Maintaining flight level 370.
Speedbird 62 November, Polaris Control. Good afternoon. Identified. Continue flight level 370. Nordic 532, descend and maintain flight level 110. Cleared for the rope on arrival into solar. Down to flight level 110. Cleared for the rope on arrival into solar Nordic 532.
Okay, so we are back from our little stretch. Nice and refreshed, back in the cruise, and we are just approaching the equal time point. Just looking down on the navigation display now, and you can see we're just approaching some weather up ahead. So we'll keep an eye on that. If that becomes too much of a problem for our flight path, we can we go up? We can't go up because we'd need to go to 39, which is the maximum of cruise altitude of this aircraft. Can't go up, so we're going to have to go through, because below is unlikely at this altitude. Or we can go around. Can we go around? We could go... We would have to go 40 miles left of track. And depending which way it's going... Yeah, see, it's moving... It's moving eastward, so by the time we get there, it's likely to have moved on. Things you have to think about. You can see the weather radar scanning there, giving us an updated picture. Probably the best additional feature that Fenix implemented. If you just joined us, welcome to the stream, Speedbird14. Call sign today is Speedbird 62 November. We are Heathrow to Tromsø in Norway. We'll be doing the runway 18 ILS approach, which is a 4-degree glide path. Whilst we've got some time, we should probably explain what that actually is. So if we come over to our flights page and look at our charts, and we can look for our
Weather 437, descend and maintain flight level 070. Descending to flight level 070, flight row 437.
we want the approach ILS Zulu. So here we are overlaid on top of our arrival. We're going to come in via Norway on the standard terminal arrival route. We'll come to Norway and then it'll be a GPS navigation, almost an RNAV arrival onto the ILS, intercept the ILS, and then we'll come down the glide slope. Now, traditional glide slope is a 3-degree descent angle. As you can see here on the ILS information page, the descent angle is 4 degrees. What that means is we're coming down at a steeper angle due to the build-up in the terrain around. As you can see, there's a lot of high terrain on the approach path into Tromsø. So with that being the case, we descend at a much steeper angle, a steeper descent rate. Now at Virtual BAW and Real World BA, there are approach criteria to contend with. One of those is the stable approach criteria, and below 1,000 feet you don't really want to be doing more than 1,200 feet descent rate. So looking at the performance page as it is right now, our approach speed is 134 knots. So we're going to be somewhere between these two, between 850 and 991, so probably about 900 feet per minute on the descent. So it's quite tight for our approach criteria of 1200 being the maximum, and when you consider that we'll be doing about 900 feet per minute on the descent, and the normal approach into Heathrow or any major airport is about 700 to 750 feet per minute, so it's quite considerably steeper. It's not the steepest, as we were talking about earlier, London City, that is 5.5 degrees. That is extremely steep. One thing to also think about is the go-around procedure. On the missed approach, it is to climb straight ahead to 3,000 feet or 7.7 miles DME from TR, which is the Tromsø VOR. Whichever is earlier, turn right. We are a Cat C, so it's a maximum of 160 knots to intercept and proceed on the 0102 Kilo Victor. Kilo Victor being the instrument approach fix, the initial approach fix. Climbing to 5,000 and hold. Do not turn before the missed approach point. Refer to minimums for missed approach and climb gradient. So come down here for the minimums based on missed approach climb gradient of a minimum of 2.5%, and that's based on an engine out as well, the 2.5%. And I mean, we'll get much more than that with 2 engines. So looking at the ILS then, we're a Cat C. So we have a minimum today of 321 feet. So we can put that in the barrow for the approach. 321 feet. That's 307 feet above the ground. So when our altimeter reads 321, the radio altimeter will read 307. As mentioned, there's going to be terrain around as well, so that's the reason for the difference. It's also the altitude of the airfield. The airfield elevation is 32 feet, runway is 14 feet. See here it's an RNAV transition from non-RU on onto the final approach fix. So that's the approach today. We're on the Antwerp arrival. So we'll be joining above 6,000 feet up to from Antwerp to Alnwick. From Alnwick we proceed to Bam and then non-route of 5,000 feet. I think the last time I flew this, I've done this quite a lot recently, non-route. I think it's worth being at 5,000 feet opposed to above 5,000 feet. As mentioned, Fenix are improving the vertical nav profile for the aircraft. It doesn't seem to like it when it puts above 5,000 feet, because you could be at like 15,000 feet at non-route. You still meet the criteria. So I'm just going to change that in the vertical revisions page of non-route. Change that to at 5,000 to recalculate the descent profile so that we meet that criteria of being at 5,000 feet at non-route. And that way when we go to our final approach, when we go to the final approach, we go to non-route, we'll be at 5,000 feet here. So we'll be level. As you can see there's a 5,000 feet restriction. So we'll be 5,000 feet, we can slow down, put in the flaps on the base leg to be configured for our final approach into Tromsø. In terms of airport then, it's a very simple airport, very small airport. Tromsø is actually one of the, I'm not going to say it's not charter, but it's a seasonal destination for British Airways. We only go there from, I believe it's the end of October through to the beginning of April. Might be wrong on that. I don't work in ticketing. So yeah, we don't go there all year. We only go there for the winter season. That's where you go to enjoy your time in Norway. Just looking at the overview then for Tromsø. Located on the west shoreline of a small island in northern Norway. Mountainous offshore island separated by fjords. And southeast terrain rises sharply to 4,062 feet above mean sea level within 7 nautical miles, hence the requirement for the climb gradients. The highest obstacle in the area is terrain rising to 4,455 feet, 12 nautical miles to the southeast. Wind shear can exceed 20 knots from the southwest quadrant and may occur on short final. And due to that, terrain circling to land is not authorised. do have noise abatement procedures to be compliant with as well. So about halfway now. Distance wise, we are about halfway. Approaching Amoxa. We are past the equal time points. We can't turn around and go back to Heathrow now. We would have to divert somewhere if we have an issue of any kind.
Scandinavian 4112, radar contact.
Speedbird 62 November. Polaris Control, Speedbird 62 November. Good afternoon. Maintaining flight level 370.
Speedbird 62 November, Polaris Control, identify base.
So we're 1 hour and 45 minutes into the journey, an hour and 35 minutes into the flight time. top of descent is at 12:52 UTC, so it's just under an hour's time from now. If you've just joined us, thank you very much for watching. Speedbird14. Do appreciate any support to the channel you do give. As always, if you can't manage to watch any of the streams live, you're welcome to head on over to our YouTube channel. Just search Speedbird14 and you'll be able to find us there. Previous streams are also there. They are chaptered in case you don't want to watch the entire flight. Watch the bits you like. There'll be more stuff coming to the YouTube channel as well. I'm hoping to get some shorts out soon. So if you do miss a stream and you want to see the chapters, you're welcome to head over to, as I say, YouTube channel, Speedbird14, and you can watch the best bits there. If you do like what you see, drop a follow, like and subscribe. We've got 4.9 tons of fuel on board. Just approaching a mocker. we're well into our journey across Norway. Looking over at the DFB there. You can see we're about halfway up Norway. I say halfway because the further you get north, the more stretched it becomes on a map. So this isn't actually as far as you think it is. Heading up to almost 70 degrees north. As I mentioned before, before departure, there will be, as we get closer to the destination, we'll move on to something called grid navigation. Now, normally the aircraft flies on magnetic headings. Problem is, the further north you get, the closer together the degrees of longitude become. So your variation, which is the difference between your latitude and your heading in the direction you're travelling, the variation just becomes so extreme that it can change by 10 degrees in a minute. So the aircraft decides, well, I can't keep up with this amount of variation. We'll go on to grid navigation, and it switches from magnetic compass to GPS navigation. And the grid that is laid over the entire globe, because obviously the Earth is round, there's no flat earthers. The Earth is round, and the GPS system lays a grid over the entire world, so we fly off the grid reference using the latitude and longitude of that. So the difference being, it's a very small difference, but as we get closer towards our northern latitude, you'll notice there'll be a little box just comes up in the middle of the navigation display, and that will be our grid heading,
Checked.
opposed to our magnetic heading. And the difference being, it will just say G and then the heading that it's currently flying. And what do I mean by all this? Well, if we go down to the MCDU and we look at our data page, we can monitor our position via the flight management guidance computer 1, 2, and this is our magnetic latitude and longitude. You can see they're both the same, which is how they should be. However, if we go over to our GPS monitor, this is our GPS latitude and longitude. And the further north we get, the variance between this one and the magnetic will increase. But we have to have, this is one of the checks we have to do when flying into the northern territories of Europe, is we have to make sure that we've got an active GPS system working. As you can see here, we've got GPS 1 and GPS 2, so we've got 2 working. We're required to have 2 nautical mile, we have to be within 2 nautical miles of our assumed position with a degree of high accuracy. We're currently estimating 0.03 nautical miles within our nominated position. So we're required to have 2, we're at 0.03, so we're at extremely high accuracy at the moment. If for any reason we were to lose one of the GPS systems, the accuracy would then lower depending on where we're going. We also need to provide. We can also check, sorry, the predictive GPS. So if we go on to our navigation display, and we can say, well, at Pino, with our ETA at Pino being 12:48, we can see that our primary satellites, they're all going to be active. So we have to have 3 satellites to triangulate our position. We're going to have 7. And you can see here that plus or minus 15 minutes either side that we're going to have GPS reception. So that's all good there. Just putting in here the bearing and distance to the runway. See, we've got 420 miles to go. On the performance page, 330 miles until we reach the top of descent. Just because of how far north we are in the Norway region, there's not a lot of airports around us. So we've still got our divert of Oslo, and if we just go into our fix information page, we can delete Heathrow now because that's now gone. If we put in Tromsø, the 250-mile ring, we can see there that once we reach the outside 250 radius, so that's 250 miles from Oslo, we're going to be 250 miles from Tromsø. So that, where those 2 rings meet on the navigation display, that's going to be our decision point of whether we, if we have any situations that we need to think about, whether we divert to Oslo or we continue to our destination in Tromsø. Obviously, the further north we go, this is one of the considerations you make as a captain. One of the considerations that you make is what are the facilities like, where you are going to go, where you're going to divert. For instance, if you're over Sub-Saharan Africa, do you want to divert into an airfield that's just below you? Are the facilities going to allow you to, as an example, if you've got a sick passenger, do you want to hand those passengers over to the port authority that you land into in that area? Or would it be better off for yourselves, the company, the passengers, to continue maybe a little bit further, delaying treatment but making sure that the treatment they receive is a better one? Or another example being, if you...
62 November, contact Polaris Control on 125.705.
Switching to Polaris Control on 125.705. Speedbird 62 November. Polaris Control, Speedbird 62 November. Good afternoon. Maintaining flight level 370.
Speedbird 62 November, Alaris Control, maintain flight level 370.
So just let Steph do her thing with radio there. So yeah, if you've got a technical issue,
Flight level 370. Speedbird 62 November.
if you've got a technical issue and you divert into an airfield, are they going to be able to fix your technical issue? Do you have an account at that airfield? If you don't, you need to consider that. In the modern day, it's less likely, but I have known captains having to put fuel onto credit cards and stuff like that. So it's just things you need to consider, the decisions that you make going forward as a commander will obviously affect passengers, company, and your crew. Do you need to consider your crew? So we've just passed the 2-hour mark. Estimating to be landing in approximately an hour's time. And as we approach further north, you'll notice that it will start to get darker. And the reason for that is now that we are approaching winter, the angle of the Earth means that the sun no longer reaches the northern hemisphere as much as it did in the summer. So Tromsø is one of those areas on the Earth that in the summer, during the summer's longest days, for about 6 to 8 weeks of the year, the sun does not set. Sunlight all night. And likewise in the winter, as we now are, for about 6 to 8 weeks, the sun does not rise. And if it does, it barely breaks the horizon, so it's quite dark most of the day. Temperatures do get rather cold. The last time I visited here it was -5, and then a week later it was -35. So it does get very cold. So things we need to consider for our approach into Tromsø are icing conditions. We're going to be taxiing less than 10 knots, no turns above 10 knots, just because that front nose wheel has a tendency to skid when you are at speed. I mean, with no fuel on board, we are 57.5 tons, so we are expecting to land with to be 60.2 tons. We are expecting to land with today. So these are things that we do have to consider. Talking about our landing then, so as it's been 2 hours, we'll get a more accurate forecast of what the weather's doing at Tromsø. And we'll maybe put that into the approach. So ACARS has just come through. Wind is calm. There's actually no wind at all. Scattered at 38, broken at 5,000. Temperature is -1. QNH 1005, so that's unchanged from before. And as mentioned, we are going to be 62.2 tons. So thinking about the transition altitude, then it's likely going to be flight level 75 for the transition. Be a full flat landing, and it'll be medium braking. Now, medium braking and low braking, depending on your reverse thrust profile, whether you're going to use idle or full. That isn't your auto brake. It's not an application of how much the brakes are applied. It's a deceleration rate. So by putting auto brake medium and selecting full thrust, you may get the same amount of wheel braking as low braking with idle thrust. Low braking with idle thrust. But because you've got the full thrust deceleration, you actually decelerate more, if that makes sense. So by putting medium with reverse thrust full, you can actually save the wheels, and on quick turnarounds like we're probably going to have today, it can be better for you. Reason for that, you can't take off with your wheel temperatures above 300 degrees. If you had a rejected takeoff at V1 or just before, your wheels don't have enough temperature in them to be able to take the energy out, so they would catch fire. So you need to take off with your wheel temperatures below 300 degrees. If you do have brake fans on for departure, which you can do, your temperature needs to be less than 150 degrees. So you can see there that we have entered into grid navigation. So just zooming in on the navigation display there. So when we enter the Northern Territories, anything north of, I believe it's 65 degrees, or 67 degrees, we enter grid navigation. So that's where the variance is too much, changes too quickly. So we go into GPS heading mode. So you can see there that our GPS heading is 003, whereas our magnetic heading is 010. So we are officially now into the Arctic Circle. Just 1 hour, 45 minutes. Yeah, one hour to go until our arrival into Tromsø. Looking over at the map there, you see we are just over halfway up the Norway coastline. Very cold down there. Do not want to be diverting yet. Anything you'd like to see, ask, or know, please drop a message in the chat. If you like what you see, drop a follow on Twitch, like and subscribe on YouTube. Speedbird14 is the channel name. As mentioned before, our call sign today is Speedbird 62 November. And as we're approaching our destination, I'm going to take back the radios from Steph. Steph, I'll handle the radios now.
Alright, Captain, you've got the radios.
So we're talking to Polaris control now. I always find when the weather is calm, as it is in our destination today, that it's actually harder to land because you're not fighting against anything. It's just the aircraft. I much prefer having a stiff crosswind or something. But anyway.
Ready for the arrival brief?
Go ahead.
Our current weather shows nice VFR conditions, and we've got the arrival and approach for guidance in FMS for descent landing to get down to the airport. It'll be an ILS approach. The runway is dry and we'll take the first available turn and taxi to the gate per ATC instructions. Once cleared, we can plan to start the APU for taxi in. Primary threat will be terrain. Any questions?
No questions.
Brief complete.
So we expect to join at Tweg, Olnick, Bame and en-route, and then we'll turn right base runway 18. Now the divert is down here. ENBU.
Speedbird 62 November, contact Polaris Control on 124.305.
124.305, Speedbird 62 November, goodbye. Polaris Control, Speedbird 62 November, flight level 370.
Speedbird 62 November, Polaris Control identified. Good afternoon.
We have a parking stand, yes we do. I always find it nice to have this. So we'll likely come off on Alpha, and we can expect to park on one of these main terminal stands here. That's the approach plate. Everything's all set up for us now then. 160 miles until our top of descent. We are Speedbird 62 November from London Heathrow to Tromsø in Norway. It's one of the regional, correction, not regional, it's one of the seasonal routes that we operate from Heathrow. Bit of weather below us, but I think we're way above that. You also notice as well the radio is extremely quiet. There's not many planes that fly up here. The other ones that will be for Katila in Finland. It's another seasonal route we operate. That's also a charter. Went there last year. I was very fortunate to get that on my roster. Snowmobiling during the day. And that's in the Lapland region of Finland. And I do apologise for butchering the pronunciation of this, but we also have Rovaniemi flying from our Gatwick base with Eurofly. So we don't have 321 COs at Heathrow. We have the older 320 COs, we have the newer 320ceos with sharklets. This is one of the older ones today, as you can see. It's got the analog displays. And we also have the 320 neos and the 321 neos. Gatwick operates with the 320ceo and 321ceo. And eventually Heathrow will be all neo variants in the coming years, with the older aircraft going down to our Eurofly operation. To live out the rest of their years. They will eventually have to get new aircraft, but it makes more sense for them to just take the older ones at the moment. There was news the other day that British Airways has just confirmed a further 6 orders for the 777X, which is quite interesting. Looking to enter service in 2027. That'll be to replace the older 777-200s that we have, making the fleet compromising of the 777-300ER, the 777-9, which is the X variant, and that will complete the Boeing lineup alongside the 787s, both the 8s, 9s and 10s. And then we have long-haul Airbus with the A350-1000 and the A380. So that's the fleet makeup of mainline BA. We also have the 777-200s down at Gatwick. Our Euroflyer operation, as mentioned before. City Flyer out of London City, they operate the Embraer 190s, although that may change with the introduction of a 320 arrival procedure for London City when that gets approved in the near future. Stunning views down there in Norway. So come out to 120 miles to our top of descent. The approach briefing has been completed. Estimated to be landing in approximately 47 minutes. If you've just joined us, thank you very much for joining the channel, Speedbird14. We're streaming live now both on Twitch and YouTube. And if you've missed the live stream, you can always catch up on YouTube with a chaptered, edited video of the live stream. So if you want to skip out the cruise, feel free. You can watch the takeoff, landings and pushbacks, as they will be chaptered into the video after upload. We'll also have some YouTube shorts coming soon to the channel. So both on Twitch and YouTube. Just search Speedbird14. If you've got any destination requests for future videos, head on over to our Twitch page. You can put in a destination request. And if you want to support the channel further, or support me during my time off work due to my broken hand, then you're welcome to leave a tip. Anything is always greatly appreciated. It's not expected, but it is appreciated, so thank you if you do. So we've got Penno approaching in approximately 60 to 70 miles. .62 miles to be precise. The performance page for our arrival has all been set up. So the QNH is 1005. We've got -1 on the ground. Winds are calm, and our Barrow minimum is 321. Two hours and 21 minutes into the flight. 2 hours and 31 minutes into the block time. Now there is a difference between block and flight time. When you book your flights online and it says, oh, it's 3.5 hours between flight time. That's not the flight time, that's the block time. That is the time we close the door to the time we reopen the door. So that includes everything from the pushback, the taxi, the holding, the approach, the landing, everything until, so that's from doors closed to doors open again. Flight time, that is purely from the engine spooling up on takeoff to the wheels touching the ground. And that's why when you get on board the aircraft and the pilot comes over the tannoy and says, oh yeah, flight time is 6 hours and 20 minutes. And you're like, well, it said 7 when I booked it. That's why. So as mentioned, we are entering the Arctic Circle now, and as it is winter, even though it is only 12:43 UTC, so that's 13:43 local, the sun is starting to set as we go further north. And that's purely down to the 23-degree angle that the Earth rotates at. But what it does give you is some amazing views, and I don't mean of Steph, of a sunset at lunchtime. There's the wingtip there, sitting on the horizon, the sun setting behind us. So our MSA today, our minimum safe altitude is 7,100 feet, which we can see there on the approach chart. Just the number in the middle. So that's 1,000 feet above the highest obstacle or terrain. And in mountainous regions that can be up to 2,000 feet above. So once we're cleared below the MSA, make sure that we are well clear of any terrain that we might have. And we can expect our descent in approximately 45 miles. We've got 170 miles to run. If you're a flight simmer yourself and you fly any of the aircraft within the British Airways fleet, so that's the 320 family, the A350, the A380, 787s or the 777s, and you're a flight simmer and you want to join a virtual airline, you can join Virtual BAW, which is the airline I own and run, with Max, my Chief Operations Officer, assisting me along the way. You can come fly with us. We've got over 400 pilots. I think it's actually more than that, it's maybe 500. And we keep things as real world as we can. Got a very detailed flight tracker system, and you earn points along the way. Work your way up the ranks and maybe one day you can join the team as well. Sun's setting very quickly here. If you do want to join the virtual airline, head over to VAMSYS, that's VAMSYS.io/register/VBAW. We just received an ACARS. You can expect to park on gate 18 on the main terminal. So if we just head over to the EFB, and we look on the parking stands, we can see gate 18 is just here. So if we come off Alpha, and bear in mind Alpha is here, we are landing this way, so if we can try and get off at Alpha, that'd be good. If not, we'll go to the end and backtrack, and we'll be taxiing very slowly as we come out, but we'll come off at Alpha, taxi northerly and onto gate 18, which is just the end of the main terminal here. That's a nice gate to get.
Speedbird 62 November, Polaris Control, cleared at SW1 Mike into Tromsø. Whenever you'd like, descend and maintain flight level 290.
Clear the ATC-1 Mike arrival into Tromsø, descend flight level 290, Speedbird 62 November. 290, descent out blue.
Checked.
So we've just started our approach into Tromsø. Descending now through flight level 360 on our way down into the Arctic Circle. On the ATC-1 Mike, so we're joining via ATC, Alnik, AIM, Nonru, and then from Nonru, right base onto runway 18. Now you might say to yourself, well, that runway is not aligned with south. Descend and maintain flight level 270. Speedbird 62 November. Thrust idle, descent out blue. Yes, you might say, oh, that's not aligned with south. South would be straight down. Runway numbers are aligned with the magnetic heading. As mentioned, the variance is quite high up here. So That's why the runway is not directly south. It is aligned with magnetic south. So coming down now on the approach through our descent profile. The green dot to the left of the altitude indicator indicates our vertical navigation path, or VNAV path. So if it's above us, we are below it. If it's below us, we are above it. So we try and keep that directly in line with the altitude tape. And the aircraft will do its best. Fenix are about to release an update in relation to the vertical navigation of the Airbus CO series. And they'll be releasing that before they release the long-awaited A320 Neo series. And that will be the 320 Neo and the 321 Neo. As we're just entering through a cloud layer, it is minus 32 degrees outside, so we're just going to put the engine anti-ice on. Just as we come through here, it's above minus 40 and below 10 degrees Celsius, so within that 50 degree range, we need to put the engine anti-ice on as we enter through a period of moisture. We're entering the clouds now.
$1,000 to go.
Checked. Speed outstar. Speedbird 6 to November. Request further descent. Out.
Checked.
Request to descend to altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1005.
Speedbird 6 to November, descend altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1002.
Descend altitude 5,000 feet, QNH 1002. Speedbird 6 to November. So that's thrust idle descent out blue. Now I had to request a descent there, not because...
0, 0, 2, set, passing, 2, 5,000, 2.
Descend altitude 5,000 feet, Speedbird 6 to November.
Now.
Not because ATC weren't doing their job, but because we were on the descent path. You need to manage your descent. So right now the aircraft has sped up to 300 knots to try and get us back onto the descent profile, which is done quite nicely. You see it's coming back in now.
Speedbird 6 to November, contact Polaris control on
118.555. 118.555, Speedbird 6 to November. Polaris control, Speedbird 6 to November, passing flight level 235, descending 5,000 feet, QNH 1002.
Speedbird 6 to November, Polaris control, descend altitude 5,000, QNH 1002.
Descend altitude 5,000, QNH 1002. Speedbird 6 to November. why those lights came on so heavily. But as we are now in the descent, it looked a bit bright. So it's only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, pitch black. It's weird, so weird. Just get an updated weather. Just to make sure we've got the correct QNH. 1004. Pressure is dropping. I mean, the clouds do not help, but it is going to be so dark on the ground. See, they were coming up to Alnwick on the navigation display. I'm starting to see the ground. Just have to keep adjusting your eyes and the lighting within the cockpit to counter for the darkness. So the last thing you want is really bright lights in your face when you're trying to land in the dark.
Speedbird 62 November, contact Tromsø, approach on 123.755.
That's seatbelt signs coming up. Tromsø approach 123.755. Speedbird 62 November. Thank you. Tromsø approach Speedbird 62 November, passing flight level 145, descending to 5,000 feet, QNH 1004.
Speedbird 62 November, Tromsø approach, cleared non-route transition. Expect the ILS Zulu runway 18 approach into Tromsø.
Cleared the non-route transition, expect the ILS Zulu runway 18. Speedbird 62 November. So, as expected, we are on the non-route transition, runway 18.
Speedbird 62 November, roger, expect ILS Zulu runway 18. Squawk assignment noted, no changes from current squawk.
Roger, Speedbird 62 November. So 45 miles to run. Yeah. Be 10 miles on top. So we're bang on profile. Approach checklist.
Borrow ref.
QNH 1004.
1004. Set. Seatbelt.
On.
Minimum.
321 feet set. 321 feet set. Set and checked.
Auto brake.
Set and checked. Set and checked.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Approach checklist completed.
So we've just reached our deceleration altitude, deceleration point on the track. So the aircraft is levelling off just above 10,000 feet, so that we can achieve 250 knots below 10,000. So that's an international speed limit that is set in place, unless ATC tell you otherwise, of course. Can't go above it, we need permission. So we're looking to be level by non-route. Speed.
Checked.
Tango Romeo, we are identified on the navigation display. That's thrust idle.
Checked.
As expected. By the way, if you can hear any noises, that is my dog snoring. She's asleep just behind me. So you can see the landing lights are lighting up the sky. A little bit of speed brake there. Went into selected speed and the aircraft pitched up, so we want to be level at non-route so that we can start our deceleration. Put in some flap. So we'll just put a little bit of speed brake out to help with that. Glide slopes alight.
Checked. 1,000 to go.
Checked.
Checked.
See there on the FO's navigation display the terrain. Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Flaps 1.
Hi. Thank you, Cameron. So that's the cabin secure. Lock blue.
Checked.
Lock star.
Checked.
Flaps 2.
Speed checked. Flaps 2.
So we have the runway in sight. And
checked.
we are just about to capture the localizer. Lock.
Checked.
13.5 miles to run. Glide slopes live. Speedbird 62 November fully established ILS runway 18.
Speedbird 62 November, proceed direct backs as descend altitude 4500 until established on the localizer, cleared for the ILS runway 18 approach.
So to maintain 4,500 feet until established on the localizer, cleared for the ILS approach, runway 18. Speedbird 62 November.
Speedbird 62 November, roger, continue approach runway 18, report established inbound localizer.
Speedbird 62 November is fully established ILS runway 18. Cat 3 dual autopilots 1 and 2.
Speedbird 62 November, continue approach runway 18, report any issues.
Continue approach, Speedbird 62 November. Glide slope. You can see there our descent rate is 11 to 1200 feet per minute, which is a lot more than a normal ILS.
Speedbird 62 November, contact Tromsø Tower on 118.305.
118.305, Speedbird 62 November. Gear down. Speedbird 62 November, fully established ILS runway 18. Gear down.
Speedbird 62 November, continue approach runway 18, report any issues.
Tromsø Tower, Speedbird 62 November, fully established ILS runway 18. Gear down.
Gear down.
Flaps 3.
Tower, say again.
2,500.
Radar altimeter alive.
Speedbird 62 November, fully established ILS runway
Flaps
18.
3.
Flaps full.
Speed checked. Flaps full.
Speedbird 62 November, runway 1 is not active. Runway 18 is in use. Confirm approach for runway 18.
Affirm runway 18, fully established on the ILS. Speedbird 62 November.
Sync rate. 1000.
Clear to land runway 18, Speedbird 62 November. Landing checklist.
Decount memo.
Landing no blue.
Landing checklist completed.
my aircraft.
Approaching runway 18.
Confirmed. Checked.
One hundred above.
Landing.
Minimums.
Retard.
Spoilers. Reverse green. To sell. $70 knots.
Speedbird 62 November. Taxi to Terminal 18 at your discretion. Stay with me.
Taxi to terminal stand 18. Speedbird 62 November. Very careful with the taxiing here. After landing checklist.
Radar and predictive wind shear system.
Off.
After landing checklist completed.
Approaching runway 36.
We got 16. It's 17. Next one will be 18. The APU is available. This is our line here. Nice and slowly. We do not want to skid.
Hydro 817 ready for push and start.
Cabin crew disarm slides and cross check.
Hydro 817. Pushback approved.
Push and start approved. Hydro 817. 817 ready to taxi.
Parking brake is set. 30 seconds on the engines.
Via Yankee Echo.
Runway 18 taxi via Yankee Echo Wide Row 817.
Just need to make sure that those are cooled down before we switch them off, because we used full thrust for reverse. APU is on. Block time 3 hours and 10 minutes. So those are 3 minutes. Parking checklist.
Parking brake or chocks.
Set.
Engines.
Off.
Wing lights.
Off.
Fuel pumps.
Off.
Parking checklist completed.
Well, I hope you enjoyed that approach into Tromsø. It's quite dark, as we said. And the landing rate there, quite a firm one, as expected, at minus 432 feet per minute. But it's only a 1.25 G load, so still within our permissible limits within the airline. So we're not going anywhere, we're going to be flying straight back to Heathrow now. So I'll just make that booking on the virtual airline system. Unfortunately I can't show you that because it's got some personal information on there that I don't wish to reveal, so we will maintain an element of dignity. Just book that on the laptop. Duration is approximately 3.5 hours, 1,220 nautical miles back to Heathrow. So we head on over to Navigraph and we'll get our latest flight plan. ENTC to EGLL, and we'll have a look at that. So slightly different routing here, will be more over the sea on the coast, direct from BDO to Berep, and then we're following the west coast of the United Kingdom down for the Nugget 2 hotel arrival, which is the same arrival we did from yesterday, or the day before I should say. Do apologise, I did mean to, I got my days mixed up on the live stream on Saturday. I thought it was Sunday. So apologies for that. I did say that I'd be back on the day after, but obviously I was not.
Wide row 817 short of 18 ready for departure.
So if we have a look at the operational flight plan.
Winds calm, runway 18, cleared for takeoff.
And whilst we have a look at that,
Wide row 817. Ready for pushback.
You can see our customers are disembarking there.
4417, pushback approved. taxi at 4417, runway 18 taxi via Yankee, Echo.
Runway 18 taxi via Yankee, Echo Scandinavian 4417.
Just a view from the tower there. It's only a little airport, Tromsø. So again, just looking at the operational flight plan.
Widrow 817, contact departure.
On what we have today.
Departure for Widrow 817. Good day.
Now, due to the dogleg that we have here, we are flying on a westerly route, but then we'll be transferring onto an easterly route. You can see that on the flight plan we have a flight level change at TLA to adjust for that. So it's on the westerly it's 360, and then when we turn easterly at 370, and that's due to the change in direction. So we've still got 56 passengers on board that we need to get off before we can start to turn this thing around. We're going to keep the APU on. Actually, let's put the external power on. Turn the APU off, and then we'll get the external preconditioned air in. That way the cabin temperature stays nice and warm, which you can see on the conditioning page. We've got 22 degrees coming in. Trying to fight that -1 temperature we have outside.
Short of 18, ready for departure.
So just start a new flight on SayIntentions. That just removes the IFR flight plan from the system. And whilst we're sitting here, I might see if we can preload. Try and pre-file that. There we go. It's been pre-filed. whilst we're waiting for the last of the customers to get off the aircraft, we can probably get the clearance and the ATC. So if we start doing that, ATC is on 126.130.
Altitude, and if traffic service is requested, read back all runway and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact you have information whiskey. Tromsø Airport, information whiskey. 1320 Zulu. Arriving and departing runway 18. Wind calm. Visibility 10. Sky conditions, broken at 5100 feet. Temperature -1. Dew point -2. QNH 1004. Transition level 90. Localizer service may be unreliable, monitor closely for updates. Advise on course heading, altitude, and if traffic service is requested. Read back all runway and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact you have information whiskey. Tromsø Airport, information whiskey. 1320 Zulu. Arriving and departing runway 18. Wind calm. Visibility 10. Sky conditions, broken at 5100 feet. Temperature -1. Dew point -2. QNH 1004. Transition level 90. Localizer service may be unreliable, monitor closely for updates. Advise on course heading, altitude, and if traffic service is requested. Read back all runway and hold short instructions. Advise on initial contact you have information whiskey. Tromsø Airport.
Okay, so we have information whiskey, QNH 1004. So the aircraft has now been fully deboarded, so we'll load in the next flight plan and get the passengers on. So we'll speak to Tower and get our clearance as well. Tromsø Tower, Speedbird 9, Foxtrot Zulu, information whiskey, QNH 1004, request IFR clearance to Heathrow.
Stand by, you're number 1. Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu, cleared to Heathrow via the AMIM 3 Bravo departure runway 18. Initial climb to flight level 090. Departure on 123.755 squawk 4542. Ready for push and start. Y09er24 cleared for push and start. Start approved, Y09er24.
Clear to Heathrow by the AMIM 3 Bravo departure runway 18, climb to 9000, departure 123.755, squawk 4542, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu, read back correct.
Okay, so we are cleared to Heathrow. Let's start setting up.
Roger.
Y09er24 ready to taxi.
And we'll start setting up
Y09er24 runway 18 taxi via Yankee
MCDU.
Echo.
As always, we start with the ATC.
Runway 18 taxi via Yankee Echo Y09er24.
And request the AOC flight initiation page via ACARS. So we'll be departing ENTC, no problem. Destination is Heathrow, alternate Manchester. Time en route 3 hours and 23 minutes. Over to the initialization page, initialization request. We can put in the flight number 9 Foxtrot Zulu while that's happening. Cost index, as always, 20. and our cruise level will initially be 360, minus 59 degrees. That is cold. We are -1 outside, crest the wind, and with the ACARS message we've received, our load sheet, edition number 2, zero fuel weight of 58.1 tonnes, and a CG of 30.1. We have an underload of 2.8 tonnes, so we could take extra if we wanted to. Block fuel is 11.3 tonnes to get back. Over to the departure, runway 18, MM3 Bravo, into Heathrow, runway 27 right, via the Roxog. Is it the Roxog or the Nugra? From Nugra to Hotel, via Bovingdon. And for the alternate, we'll be departing 27 right, UMLA 1 Foxtrot, Manchester will be runway 23 right, by the Elvo 1 Mike, no transition. Okay, performance wise, let's have a look at what that says. So runway is fine for departure, so it'll be flap 1, no force of toga, anti-ice will be on the engine only, packs will be off. The runway is currently dry. So our V1 is 142, rotator 143, V2 145. Transition altitude is 9,000 feet.
Roger.
Flap 1 up 0.2 with a flex temp of 56. And
I'm back. No issues on the walk around.
3,000 for the engine out. Okay. Secondary flight plan, copy the active. Now let's have a look at the navigation display. At what point can we turn? It's going to be Iptuck, I think. So from Iptuck, a new destination of ENTC, to come back in here.
Ready for push. With 07 Juliet Victor, pushback approved. Pushback approved. Wide 07 Juliet Victor. Victor ready to taxi. Winter 07 Juliet Victor, runway 18, taxi via Yankee Echo. Runway 18, taxi via Yankee Echo, wide 07 Juliet Victor.
Wheels are looking quite warm, but they're still below 300, so that's absolutely fine. So just finally setting up the MCDU. QNH out of here, 1004, -1 as mentioned. Winds are calm. Barrow 321. Okay. So still refueling. climbing up to 9,000 feet. QNH is set.
Are you ready for the departure brief?
Go ahead.
Okay, the newest weather shows good conditions. Plan to push and start for 2-engine taxi. There are no hot spots along our taxi route. It'll be a left seat takeoff, and there's no need for radar today. We'll plan for a reduced thrust takeoff. Prior to V1, for any master warning, engine fire or failure that will prevent the aircraft from flying safely, we'll abort and stop on the runway. After V1, we'll take it flying and deal with it in the air and plan to come back here. Our top threat will be terrain. Any questions?
No questions.
Okay, that completes the brief.
Okay, so the takeoff brief is complete. Just waiting for passengers and baggage to finish loading. Waiting on about 12 passengers. We still have the bags to load because the refueler's in the way at the moment. So we are expecting 11.5 tons of fuel. We've got 8.1 tons at the moment.
Wide row 7 Juliet Victor holding short of 18, ready to go.
Wide row 7 Juliet Victor, winds calm, runway 18, cleared for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff 18, wide row 7 Juliet Victor.
If you are just joining us, welcome to Speedbird14. We are flying from, we've already flown from Heathrow to Tromsø, we're just doing the turnaround now, and we'll be heading back to Heathrow momentarily. Just waiting for the last of the passengers to board, refueling to finish, and the bags to be loaded. The aircraft is all set up, ready for our departure. we are literally just waiting for all the doors to be closed, be fully loaded for us to depart. We're sitting here on gate 18 today here at Tromsø Airport, and you've got a nice view there of the approach onto runway 18, where I can see there is an aircraft about to depart. So what are we going to be doing today for the departure? Let's have a look. So we have, in fact I won't do it on there, we'll do it on the EFB. So for our departure today, that's our aircraft here. We're expecting to take off via the southerly runway. So we'll be taxiing to the west of the main runway down to Echo. One question I have to myself is, can we accept a departure from Echo? The answer is no. So we'll enter the runway at Echo, we'll backtrack, turn around at the turnaround point right at the end. We won't use the intermediate one because that's for arriving traffic.
The security and safety checks are all done. Are you good to start boarding?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
So we'll go all the way to the end, turn around, line up, then we'll get the departure clearance and we'll take off to the south. And we'll follow the, that's the wrong one. And following a southerly route, we will follow down to Tango Charlie 707, Iptuk, Campe and Amimo. That will take us then over the sea, following the westerly track. That one's the outbound. Following the westerly track down the west coast of Norway to join overhead Scotland, and when we get to Scotland we'll join the Nugra 2 hotel arrival into Heathrow via Bovingdon, and from Bovingdon we expect to be vectored on a similar routing, likely more out over here for a right base into 27 right. It was a lovely day in London this morning. So we expect the same. Refueling is complete. Seatbelt signs are going to come on. Engine fuel pumps come on as well. And we'll probably start the APU. Just waiting for the last of the bags to be loaded and then we'll be on our way. So the APU is available, we'll just start chrono there. Okay, so I've just been notified that that is boarding complete. So we'll just wait for the ACARs to come through with the last of the flight load sheet through. Which has just come through actually. So our zero fuel weight is 58.5. 30.1 is correct. Okay. Cockpit preparation checklist.
Gear pins and covers.
Removed.
Fuel quantity.
11,300 kilograms. Balanced.
Seatbelt.
On.
Adheres.
Nav.
Faro ref.
QNH 1004.
1004. Set. Cockpit preparation checklist completed.
Tromsø Tower, Speedbird 9, Foxtrot Zulu, stand 18, request push and start.
Speedbird 9 or Foxtrot Zulu, push and start approved, face north.
Push and start approved, face north, Speedbird 9, Foxtrot Zulu. Before start checklist.
Parking brake.
Set.
Takeoff speeds and thrust.
V1 141, V rotate 142, V2 144, flexing 55 degrees.
V1 141, VR 142, V2 144, flex temp 55 degrees.
Hey guys, all packs are on board. Are we clear to close?
Windows.
Closed.
Are you sure about that?
Closed.
Are you sure about that?
Closed.
Beacon.
On.
Before start checklist completed.
Yes.
Thanks, let me know if you need anything.
So brakes released, we are starting the push, and we can't, because of the temperature, start the engines until we're in position. Just in case there's any ice comes off and hurts any one of the pushback personnel. I mentioned on a stream a couple of days ago that I recently received some new throttle attachments for the Honeycomb Bravo, which are very nice, but with all the different liveries that we have, I hadn't set the configuration correctly, so I was just doing that during the turnaround there. So you might have seen some systems just pop up on the eCam. So now that we're on the taxiway, we can start the engines. Starting engine 1.
Okay.
So just looking at the eCam then. So engine start valve is open, closed on the right, open on the left. 25% N2. Fuel is engaged. We have two igniters, A and B. A has been initiated on the left engine. EGT starts to rise, N1 starts to increase, that's the main fan that you see on the front of the engine. N2 reaches 60%, the box around it goes off and we reach engine start. Starting engine 2.
Okay.
So we restart the chrono. N2 starts. Box indicating the starting procedure is in place. Starter valve is open as described on the lower ignition page. We reach 25% on N2. Fuel flow comes in. Ignition phase happens. EGT starts to rise. N1 starts to increase. Igniter B was used on the right engine. That's now been switched off and the starter valve has closed. When N2 reaches just below or at 60%, the box around N2 will disappear and the engine will be self-sustained. There we go. Engine is available and we're at 1 minute and 6 seconds, which is perfect. So we'll restart that. Place the igniters to, the ignition switch to normal. After start checklist.
Anti-ice.
Off.
Ecom status.
Checked.
Pitch trim.
0.2% set.
Rudder trim.
Neutral.
After start checklist completed.
Flight control checks. Flight control check.
Ready. Full up. Full down. Neutral. Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Rudder.
Full left. Full right. Neutral.
Tromsø Tower, Speedbird14, Foxtrot Zulu, request taxi.
Speedbird9 or Foxtrot Zulu, runway 18 taxi via Yankee Echo.
Runway 18 taxi via Yankee Echo, Speedbird9, Foxtrot Zulu. Clear left side. Clear left side.
Clear right side.
Brake check.
Pressure 0.
Taxi checklist.
Flight controls.
Checked.
Checked. Flap setting.
Config 1+F.
Config 1+F. Radar and predictive wind shear system.
On and auto.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Ecom memo.
Takeoff no blue.
Taxi checklist completed.
Just waiting on the cabin there. So we're going to be taxiing along idle power, no more than 15 knots ground speed. Keep an eye on those brake temperatures. Even though it's -1 degree, brakes are still at 175 degrees from the landing roll. And rather than trying to maintain 15 knots on the ground, every time we get near 15, we'll apply the brakes until we get back down to 10. Release. It just stops us riding along on the brakes. It doesn't help that it's a downward hill here. As I say, we're on idle power, so we can't do much else. There we go, reaching 15 again, so applying the brakes. In case you wondered where the ground speed indicator is, that's just at the top right of the navigation display. Aircraft is just rolling down this hill. But when you're in icing conditions, the last thing you want to do is be out of control of the aircraft, so it's better to be safe and pilot slowly than it is to let the aircraft run away from you. So That's 3 minutes on the engines, so they are now warm and ready for departure. So one thing we will have to do is an engine de-shedding procedure due to the icing conditions. Just, that's the cabin. Thanks, cabin. Tromsø Tower, Speedbird 9, Foxtrot Zulu, request backtrack runway 18.
Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu, runway 18, backtrack approved.
Backtrack approved, runway 18, Speedbird 9, Foxtrot Zulu. Strobe lights on.
Approaching runway 18.
Strobe lights on. So yeah, as mentioned, we're going to have to do an engine de-shedding procedure. So with the engines that we have here on the Neos, the IAE engines, the procedure for that is to throttle them to 40%, leave it there for 3 seconds, and then idle. We'll do that before we depart. So we're just following the taxiway down to the end, sorry, the runway down to the end, and then we'll do a 180. Cleared for departure.
Nordic 375 cleared.
Takeoff runway confirmed. Approach path clear of traffic.
Lineup checklist.
Takeoff runway.
Confirmed.
Runway 18 confirmed. TCAS.
TARA.
Packs 1 and 2.
Off.
Lineup checklist completed.
Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu ready for departure, runway 18. Takeoff.
Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu, runway 18, winds calm, cleared for takeoff.
Cleared for takeoff, runway 18. Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. Takeoff. So here comes the engine de-shedding procedure. One, 2, 3, idle. Wait for that to go down fully to idle, and then off we go. And flex 55, SRS runway, auto thrust blue.
Thrust set 100 knots.
Checked.
On runway 18, 6,200 feet remaining.
V1, rotate. Positive climb.
Gear up. Nav.
Gear up.
Thrust climb, out blue.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu, contact departure on 123.755.
Packs are on.
123.755, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. Tromsø departure, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu, passing 1,700, climbing 9,000.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu, Tromsø approach identified, climb flight level 090.
Flaps 0.
Speed checked.
Climb flight level
Flaps
090. Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu.
Standard cross-checked. Passing flight level 025. Now.
Not a lot to show you in the darkness here.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu, climb flight level 200.
Climb flight level 200, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. It's very dark here. As mentioned, that's because we're in the Arctic Circle, below the solar ray, so the sun does not reach this area of the world this time of year.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu, contact Polaris control on 126.705.
Polaris control 126.705, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. Polaris control, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu, climbing, passing 5,300, climbing flight level 200. Still in manual flight here.
Foxtrot Zulu, Polaris control identified. Tromsø QNH1003.
QNH1003, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. Yeah, still in manual flight here, passing 7,000, we're climbing to flight level 200. And as mentioned, not only are we in the clouds, but it's also dark due to the Arctic Circle not getting any sun at this time of year. So in approximately 1 hour's time, we'll start seeing the sun again as we fly further south.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu, climb flight level 270.
Climb flight level 270, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. Just reaching the acceleration speed there at flight level 100. Standard cross-check once, twice, 3 times. And we've come out of the clouds because as we start to accelerate now up to 300 knots or just below. Still in manual flight, just keeping the nose of the aircraft in the middle of the crosshairs of the flight director. And now that we have fully established the climb, AP1 on. So we're in auto flight now, passing flight level 115. There's no turbulence forecast or seen, so seatbelt signs coming off. Just looking at the overhead then for cruise time, so we're now climbing up to the cruise. You can see that the only lights that we actually keep on during the flight is the strobe light, the beacon light, and the navigation light. All the other lights get turned off. The strobe light is the white flashing light on the end of the wings, so it brings your attention to the aircraft when you're looking for it in the darkness. The beacon is a red light. There's one on the top of the aircraft and one on the bottom. And we can see both these really well from this angle. So you can see there the red flashing light on top of the aircraft. This is the beacon. Flight level 310, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. And we have the white light flashing at the end of the wing here. This red light is with the navigation light on the green light on the left hand side. Red light for the captain. And that is our navigation lights. Navigation lights are the navigation lights is red on the left, green on the right, and on the tail there is a white still light that is on the tail of the aircraft. And depending on the direction in which you are looking at the aircraft, you can only see two lights. So it allows you to understand which direction an aircraft is coming from in the darkness. A little bit more about the lighting there of the 320. So there we are, passing flight level 175. En route for Heathrow.
Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu, climb flight level 360.
On flight level 360, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. So just going back into the chat now that we are fully established in the climb into the cruise, and I see some of you are leave some messages, which I greatly appreciate. Max says nice landing and approach, thank you. Yeah, the routing back is a little bit longer than I expected, but hey ho. So if you like what you see, or you want to learn more about the 320 and the operations within Virtual VAW, feel free to follow along both on Twitch and YouTube. Search Speedbird14, that's the channel. And if you are into flight simulation and you want to join the virtual airline, feel free to head over to VAMSYS, it's VAMSYS.io /register /VBAW, and you'll be able to join as one of our pilots. We have almost 400 pilots flying for us within the airline. And we throw on events and special bonuses for our pilots from time to time. And we're finally coming out the cloud here. We're at 26,000 feet. That's quite a high cloud top. As we start to descend the latitudes of the world into the light again. Or 5 people following along. Thank you very much. If you like what you see, give the channel a follow, like and subscribe on YouTube. .46 miles from Amimo, which is the end of our departure, as we move into the cruise phase of the flight. We'll be flying down the west coast of Norway, over the North Sea and down the west coast of the United Kingdom, making land in Scotland, just to the east of Edinburgh. It's like a weather injection there, causing the speed take to fall back. As we climb to our cruising altitude of 36,000 feet for this leg down to TLA. Once we reach TLA over in the United Kingdom, we'll be climbing up. Seems a bit counterintuitive, but we're climbing up to follow that easterly track and making a descent just south of Manchester and north of Birmingham. Our divert today, should we need it, is Manchester. again. Microsoft Live Weather's playing with us again. Absolutely no reason or understanding why the flaps just deployed there.
To go.
Checked. So that's a Memo. Now officially into our cruise portion of the flights.
To go.
And now that we're in the cruise portion, I'm going to hand over the radios to Steph. Steph, you handle the radios now.
Sure, I'll take over the radios now.
So looking at the flight plan page, we're expected to be landing approximately 5:30 this afternoon. That's 5:30 UK time, 6:30 in Europe. So that's 3 hours from now. Be expecting to be landing. So once again, I'm going to head out and stretch my legs for a few minutes, leave you in the capable hands of Steph. She'll be handling the radios. But I'll be away from the flight deck for 15-20 minutes, just stretching my legs, get something to eat, refresh. We'll let the stream carry on as we make our way south down to the United Kingdom and into Heathrow. So we'll catch up soon, and I'll get back to the flight deck as soon as I can.
Zulu, contact Polaris control on 118.555.
Switching to Polaris control on 118.555. Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu. Polaris control, Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu. Good afternoon, maintaining flight level 360.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu, Polaris control, maintain flight level 360.
Maintain flight level 360, Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu.
Foxtrot Zulu, contact Polaris Control on 125.705.
Contacting Polaris Control on 125.705. Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. Good afternoon. Maintaining flight level 360.
Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu, Polaris Control, good afternoon. Identified, maintain flight level 360.
Maintain flight level 360. Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu.
So Speedbird14 is back in the flight deck after a short rehydration break. I hope my first officer Steph has been keeping the flight going smoothly. So now that I'm back, let's have a look and see where we are on our routing. So we're off the east coast of Norway, about 1/3 of the flight through. Flight level 360 from Tromsø in Norway in the Arctic Circle, heading down to Heathrow Terminal 5. So while I was away, I was thinking of some questions that I might have for some of you that are watching. One of those questions is, have you travelled business class? If you have, did you like it? Would you do it again? And if you haven't, would you fly business class? It's always interesting to know, working for an airline that has it, on people's views. So we can see there on the navigation display, the equal time point has come up. And because we've got a 24 knot crosswind, quartering crosswind, that will affect our time route between Heathrow and Tromsø. So the equal time point will be closer to Tromsø than it will be Heathrow, purely because of the headwind. Once we pass that point on the route, we can no longer return to our departure point, so we just won't have enough fuel for it. see we're coming back into an area where the sun is reaching us now. The sun very much to the southern hemisphere at the moment. The north being a little bit neglected. So as we did before, on the way out, we're going to start thinking about some divert points along our route. So putting in Stavanger there, that is a destination. I'm not sure if we still fly there. We definitely used to fly there. Been there myself. So I think we have an account there. For that reason, put Stavanger into our possible divert situation. Also going to put in Edinburgh. 250-mile radius. And finally we'll put in Heathrow. So what does that look like if we go onto the plan? You can see there that at Birep we can make it to Stavanger and we can make it to Edinburgh. And just following it down, once we're at Edinburgh, just south of Edinburgh, we are looking good to proceed all the way to Heathrow. Once again, looking to land, it's actually come forward a little bit. We're looking to land approximately 25 minutes past 5. So it's in 2 hours and 10 minutes. I'd love to know what you'd like to see from the channel. If you like what you see and you're interested in the information given, the approaches, the landings, drop a follow on Twitch, like and subscribe on YouTube, and you can even subscribe on Twitch as well, to be notified of when we go live and be involved with the channel. I'd like to know where you want me to go flying. Tromsø was picked by Max. So if you want to be involved with the channel, let us know where you want us to fly next, and we'll do our best. There are quite a few departures within the airline today. We've had a departure from Gatwick to Glasgow. We've had Heathrow to Copenhagen, myself up to Tromsø, and Heathrow to San Diego. Doesn't sound a lot, but when you consider that it is a Monday, weekends are our busy periods, of course. If you are following along on Twitch, we've also introduced virtual Avios, so get involved with that. If you're just joining us, welcome to Speedbird14. We're currently in the A320CO on the just flying at flight level 360, that's 36,000 feet, to the west coast of Norway. We're flying from Tromsø in the Arctic Circle, flying down to London Heathrow for a evening arrival at 5:30 this evening. If you enjoy what you're seeing and you want to know more, feel free to get involved with the channel.
Contact Polaris Control on 131.105.
Switching to Polaris Control on 131.105. Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu.
Drop a comment in the channel, like and subscribe, give the channel a follow.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu. Good afternoon. Maintaining flight level 360.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu. Polaris Control identified. Good afternoon.
We are streaming on Twitch and YouTube. And if you missed the previous streams, you can always find them on the YouTube channel, where they'll be chaptered and you can click to the best bits, all the bits that interest you the most. It's nice to see the sun after being in a dark and gloomy northern hemisphere. So at the moment the weather in Heathrow is light rain, scattered clouds at 1,000 feet with towering cumulus forecasted, 13 degrees with a tempo 5,000 meter visibility and showers of rain. Looking ahead to tomorrow's weather, looking to do another live stream again tomorrow. There was due to be a storm coming through, but I think it's now dissipated. Either way, we'll be live streaming again tomorrow. I think I'm going to start a tour tomorrow. So we'll do 3 flights tomorrow. Where would you like the channel to fly tomorrow? Remember, the more flights that get done in one day, the shorter the flights have to be. So this flight today, it's just there and back, 2 sec today, as flight time limitations wouldn't allow for much more. So we're an hour and a half into the flight now. Probably do a flap 3 arrival into Heathrow, I think.
28, Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu. Polaris Control, Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu. Good afternoon, maintaining flight level 360.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu, Polaris Control, identified. Good day.
Looking down at the navigation display there, we've got some weather just approaching about 40 miles off the nose. So keep an eye on that, depending on which route it takes. We might have to put seatbelt signs on. Yeah, it's definitely coming this way, crossing into our path. I mean, we're currently cruising at our optimum level. Just looking at the MCDU here, if you go to the performance page, apologies, the progress page, we're cruising at flight level 360 at optimum, which is based off of the wind data that we have, which we can probably update. See if that changes. Yeah, so our optimum is flight level 360, so we shouldn't really go much higher. We can go up to 38 if we needed to get over the weather. Personally, I think we're going to be okay. Steph, I'll handle the radios now.
Alright, Captain, you're in charge of the radios now.
Lowers control, Speedbird 9, Foxtrot Zulu, request flight level 380 G weather.
Speedbird 9, Foxtrot Zulu, climb altitude, flight level 380, weather, wind 215 at 8 knots, visibility 10, gas and clouds at 1000, broken at 1800, temperature 13, dew point 11, QNH 1009.
Climb flight level 380, Speedbird 9, Foxtrot Zulu. Thrust climb, open climb, out blue. Flight level 380 is seen. So we're just approaching up to the divert circle for Edinburgh, as you can see. We could still go to Stavanger, considering our passengers want to go to the United Kingdom, it might be best to push on now, depending on severity of any situation, to Edinburgh so we can get them connected onto their final destinations. It's one of the commercial decisions you'd have to make.
To go.
Checked. Currently 4 o'clock in the United Kingdom now, expecting to land at around 5:30. That's 6:30 in Europe. Hour and a half to go until we arrive into Heathrow. Expect to be handed off to Scottish control soon as we exit the Norway flight information region. Out cruise. Where would you like to fly tomorrow? Where can we take you in the flight deck? Drop a comment into the chat box and we'll find out where we can fly tomorrow. 27 knots headwind at the moment. Just pushed our arrival back by a few minutes, back down to 35. Correction, to 5:30.
Speedbird 9 at Foxtrot Zulu. Contact Scottish Control on 133.2.
Scottish Control 133.2, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. Scottish Control, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu, flight level 380.
Speedbird 9 at Foxtrot Zulu. Scottish Control identified. Good afternoon.
It looks like we didn't need to do anything with the seatbelt sign going over that weather. I think that climb to flight level 380 did help. Just looking at the EFB now then, thinking about our arrival. So as mentioned, we'll be coming down over the top of Edinburgh and then following the west coast of the UK. Max is back in the chat, everyone. Welcome back, Max. So yeah, we're just northeast of Scotland now, approximately 1 hour and 15 minutes until we arrive into Heathrow. And you can see there, now we can't go up any more because we're already at our maximum altitude service ceiling of the aircraft. So when we reach Tango Lima Alpha, we are going to have to descend 1,000 feet to meet the semicircular rule. So we'll descend 1,000 feet to flight level 370 for our cruise section down to Nugra, and we'll start our descent just before Nugra, I think, today. So we'll come down the Nugra 2 hotel arrival. On the EFB then, the Nugra 2 hotel. Nugra down to Tobid, we have a flight restriction there to meet, which is a mandatory cross at flight level 200. Then down to Soppit, which is again a mandatory cross at flight level 150, and Bovingdon is a mandatory cross at flight level 70. Now, we do not need to meet that altitude restriction if we are vectored before reaching Bovingdon. If we are vectored, then it is down to the ATC vectoring for us to follow. So likelihood is that before we get to Wesco or Soppit, knowing SayIntentions, we will be vectored over the top of Luton, or on a direct track to Lambourne, and then for the right base into 27 right, as discussed earlier. Rough estimate, it's likely that we'll be vectored over this way a little bit more. And then coming in 27 right on, as mentioned before, a 3-degree glide path, not a 4-degree, so it's a lot smoother for the passengers, not as tedious on the ears. Over the top of London into the ILS path for 27 right. Missed approach, climb straight ahead, passing 1580 or D0 on IRR, whichever's later, and then climbing right turn track 316 to 3,000 feet as directed. We won't have radio failure, so hopefully that will be no factor. ILS decision altitude 278 feet, as we know, is our base airport. That would make it 200 feet above the aerodrome, correction, the runway, 278. Airport elevations 83, difference between the two, the runway elevation is smack bang in the middle of the runway. Airport elevation is a point chosen on the airfield where it is the highest point. Scottish coast just off the right hand side there. Currently 4:22 in the afternoon here in the UK. Zulu time 5:22 in Europe. We're in contact with Scottish Control. And as mentioned, when we reach Tango Lima Alpha in 126 miles, we'll be asking for that small step descent to flight level 370 to meet the semicircular rule. Elfie says Tromsø is a beautiful place. Yeah, you're right. It was beautiful. It was also very dark. If you've missed the approach into Tromsø, feel free to head back to YouTube later on, and you'll be able to catch the chaptered video, and you'll be able to click back to the approach into Tromsø. This time of year it is pitch black. The sun doesn't rise for another 7 weeks. End of January. Temperatures are going to start plummeting down to -40s. Thanks for the comment, Elfie, and like and subscribe that video if you like what you see. Max says, funny how you departed in the dark. Didn't depart in the dark. It was, I have to admit, it was light. It was about 10 o'clock UK time that we departed. But yeah, we went into the dark, entered the daylight coming back out, and now we're going back into the dark. It does play with your mind flying north at this time of year. Oh yeah, we did depart in the dark in Tromsø, yeah. He says indeed, was there last December for 7 days, didn't see the sun for the entire week. That's it, yeah. Went there with work last year, and it was dark the entire time. It's a weird place. I'd hate to live there. I mean, it's beautiful, but I would hate to live there, just from a fact of having no sunlight, and then in the summer having sunlight until for 8 weeks. It's just weird. It would be so weird. I did a trip once when we used to fly to Helsinki. I was relatively new in the company, and I sat in my hotel room and I thought, this sunset looks beautiful. I'll sit here and watch it set, and then I'll go to bed. I had quite an early departure the next morning. And it got to about 11:30 at night, and I realised the sun wasn't going to set. So yeah, it's a weird place to live. It really throws your mind when you're not used to it. Now returning back into UK airspace, just approaching the Scottish coastline. Back to the belly cam there, that's quite a nice view. Just approaching the Scottish coastline there, and we'll be routing over the top of Edinburgh. Oh, that was silly. Yeah, I know. Well, as I say, I was very young back then. Did not know the best, so yeah. It was a nice view though. Start to see some civilization, some traffic in the distance. Depending on what kind of screen you're looking at, we've got some traffic 12 o'clock below here. And we've got traffic 1 o'clock below here. I don't think there will be of effect to us. But remember, it always helps to like and subscribe, follow the channel. Would appreciate any love and support you guys can give, especially while I'm off work. If you're new to the channel, you don't know, I broke my hand about a month ago in an accident, and probably won't be flying again for work for a good 6 to 9 months. So any help you can give me to know that I'm doing the right thing on here, like and subscribe, greatly appreciate it. Quite a bit of traffic in the Edinburgh area here. Blame the e-bike. Yes, Max, blame the e-bike. Well, we shall see. That e-bike has not left my garage since I've been off sick, so I do have an appointment this week though. Was it a line? No, it was my own bike. I went out cycling on my own bike, and yeah, there was mud on the road, slipped on the mud. Had my finger pointing in the wrong direction, shall we say. I won't go any more than that in detail. Currently joined by cockpit dog Nala. Nala's on my lap at the moment. Maybe I'll put up a little, I'll try and get some, I don't know, an emoji when Nala's in the room. That sounds a bit gross. How is that gross? Dog sitting on your lap. Oh yeah, the finger, yeah. Yeah, it was gross. You don't want to see pictures. It's my pinky was Z-shaped. I can laugh about it now, but it hurts, and I've lost function in that finger. So rehab's not going great. Why did I take a picture? I'm not going to go into that on here. Let's just say this wasn't my fault and it's someone else's fault. Make your own mind up from that. So just coming up to our turning point at TLA, we're going to have to descend to meet the semicircular rules. We've got Edinburgh off the right hand side, Newcastle off the left, and Glasgow just a bit further than Edinburgh. As we start to approach, we're going to need to reduce our range on the navigation display because you'll just get too many airports. The UK is absolutely covered in airports. We're very fortunate in that. It's just a shame that the UK government seems to want to shut down all of the really good airports, build over them to make houses. They've just shut Coventry. Is it Coventry? I think it's Coventry. They've just shut Coventry Airport. Yeah, but all the infrastructure, and it only required a little bit of investment, and suddenly it would be worthy of international flights. But hey ho, they've decided to shut it. So. Scottish Control, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu at Tango Lima Alpha, request descent, flight level 370.
Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu, descend flight level 370.
Descend flight level 370, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. So there's our descent. Vertical speed out blue. Just go down 500 feet a minute. No rush to get down there. Still in the cruise portion of the flight. Not looking for descent yet. For quite a while. Let's say landing at 5:30 UK time. That's what the box says at the moment. The MCDU there, you can see that our destination EGLL27R, that's Heathrow 27 right, and our UTC is 1729, that's our estimated arrival time based on the current fuel flow figures, speeds and everything like that. 310 miles to run, with an estimated fuel on board when we land at 3.6 tonnes. Remember, that's got to get us up to Manchester. If you go over to our fuel prediction page, Manchester we are estimated at 2.4 tonnes. We're actually about 300 kilos above what we need as a minimum. You can see the minimum destination in the bottom left hand corner of the screen there. Minimum destination fuel on board, 2.1 tonnes. That's actually, correction, that's destination, so we need to land at Heathrow with 2.1 and we're going to be landing with 3.5, so we are 1.4 tonnes above what we need. 0.3 now. So we've got an extra 40 minutes of flight time that we can hold, divert, think about what we're going to do if someone came onto the runway at Heathrow and we had to go around. That's what that extra fuel is available to us for. Thinking time is what that is. So that's out. Out cruise. As we've got about 50 minutes to run, we'll have a look at getting the weather. So we'll go to our MCDU menu, go to ATC, AOC, WX for weather, and press the weather. EGLL, that's Heathrow's identifier. We'll get the METAR and the TAF and we'll send that. Over to our performance page and go over to approach, and the ACARS has just come through to the phone. So we are looking at an automated weather system. 210 at 11 is the weather, sorry, the wind. 10,000 meter visibility, light rain, few at 1700 feet, scattered at 2700 feet, broken 4900 feet. Temperature is 13 with a dew point of 11, QNH 1009. Just come out and 1009, set that. Transition altitude previously was 80, so it'll be 085. And we said we're going to do a config 3 just for Max because he loves it when I do that. 278 for the Barrow, and that's the box set up for landing. We've already selected config 3 there. I'm only going by what the ACARS says, Max. I know it's not the best, it's not the most accurate. So we'll think about doing our approach brief.
Are you ready for the arrival brief?
Go ahead.
Our current weather shows marginal conditions, and we've got the arrival and approach guidance in FMS for descent landing to get down to the airport. It'll be an ILS approach. The runway is wet, and we'll take the first available turn and taxi to the gate per ATC instructions. Once cleared, we can plan to start the APU for taxiing. Primary threat will be terrain. Any questions?
No questions.
Brief complete.
Says you only do flat 3 because it's the only thing you're better than me at. We'll see about that. We'll see about that. So you can see there on the MCDU we have a message to steep path ahead. And as previously mentioned on streams before, Fenix are doing the updates. They've actually released one today during the stream. Don't know whether it's the one to fix this, but they have released an update for the vertical navigation on VNav path. So those kind of messages should disappear. We'll just cancel that. So we'll manage it ourselves. Just looking at the Fenix installer, there's no update to VNav path, so it's just a small update they've done recently, or today I should say. So we've just crossed into the circle on our navigation display for Heathrow, so if we have any issues now we will be going back. We'll just continue to our destination of Heathrow and resolve the issues there. We have 256 miles to run. It's track miles, that's not direct. If you want direct. Direct distance is 230. And we have 254 track miles. just going to hand the radio over to Steph. Stretch my legs for 5 minutes just before the top of descent. Steph, you handle the radios now.
Alright, Captain, I'll take over the radios now.
So Steph's handling the radios, and I'll be back in 5 minutes' time.
Contact Scottish Control 133.05.
Contacting Scottish Control on 133.05. Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. Scottish Control, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. Good afternoon. Maintaining flight level 370.
Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu, Scottish Control, identified. Afternoon pilot.
So back in the flight deck, and we've just received ACARs from London. We are expecting Terminal 5B. And stand 547. Welcome back, Captain. Thank you. Yeah, so expecting 5B 547 for our arrival, so subject to change. We're just approaching Nugra. Steph, I'll handle the radios now.
Alright, Captain, you're in charge of the radios now.
It's been 2.5 hours and 45 minutes into the flight time. Landing in 45 minutes time. If you know someone that would enjoy this content, be it live or watching the playbacks, recommend the channel, get them to like and subscribe, drop a follow, and I would greatly appreciate all the support you can. So we're looking at an auto brake low situation today, flaps 3. Once again, if you can hear any noises, that is Nala sitting right behind me with a squeaky toy. So we're just approaching Nugra, as mentioned. A little bit of weather to the west of Nugra, so we might be, I think we'll just pass over the top of that. And we'll start our descent en route to meet our transition point.
Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu, contact London Control on 133.6.
London Control 133.6. Speedbird 9 at Foxtrot Zulu. London Control, Speedbird 9 at Foxtrot Zulu, flight level 370.
London Control, identified. Good afternoon.
As I was saying, we'll start our descent shortly to meet our crossing transition altitude at Tobid, flight level 200. So from Nugra down to Tobid, flight level 200, we'll go and meet that. Northern England over there. I think I've said it before on a stream, but they really have improved the nighttime lighting within Flight Sim 2024. We can't see the Milky Way anymore. You can't even see that with the naked eye, so I don't know why we could see it in Flight Sim. But the sky is now black, as it should be, and the ground is black as it should be, and we just get the individual lighting. It's fantastic. Makes coming to land into London much better.
2 Hotel into Heathrow. Whenever you'd like to descend, flight level 290.
Cleared Niagara 2 Hotel arrival, descend flight level 290, Speedbird 9 at Foxtrot Zulu. So we've been cleared to descend. Quite happy to descend early. Nice steady descent for the customers. So that's descent out blue.
Speedbird 9 at Foxtrot Zulu. Cross Tobin at flight level 200.
Cross Tobid, flight level 200, Speedbird 9 at Foxtrot Zulu. There we are. Crossing Tobid at flight level 200 now. So, wrong button. You can see on the navigation display there we've got a squiggly line. If you're not familiar with Airbus and how it works, that is the line where you will meet your VNAV path. So as you can see right now on the primary flight display, we've got a little green dot. That's our vertical navigation. That's its recommendation. It's not a mandatory, you don't have to follow it. But that is the computer saying, I think we should be up here. So because the green dot is above us, we are below the flight path. And this squiggly blue line is where we will re-meet the vertical navigation path. Normally you would get, I don't know whether you'll be able to see it, but there's a white arrow. That is your continue descent line, or descend now at Tobid. But we're descending to 200, so there's no arrow to say this is where you're going to level off, because we already know we're going to level off there. We've told it to. So right now the aircraft is going to descend at a relative speed to keep us at 1,000 feet per minute until we reach this blue line. At that blue line, it will then maintain the speed to keep us on track to meet the crossing altitude of flight level 200 at Tobid. You see out blue is blue, as we have told the computer we want to be level at Tobid. If we were told to be level at flight level 150 at Soppit,
Cross Soppit at flight level 150.
Cross Soppit flight level 150, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. It's like it read my mind. So you can see the blue line has come in to say this is where we're going to level off. If we now change the altitude,
Roger descend, flight level 150.
so I've now changed the altitude in the flight control unit to read 150, but the primary flight display says flight level 200, but it's in magenta. That means that there is a altitude constraint within the flight route. That constraint is Tobid, because we need to be at, not above or below, but we need to be at flight level 200 at Tobid. So the aircraft is now going to manage, because we're in managed descent, the aircraft is going to manage our descent profile to meet that altitude constraint. Once we pass that altitude constraint, the flight level 200, which is here, will turn to flight level 150 and it will be blue. So there's the VNAV path coming back in. You can see we're starting to descend a bit quicker now with the vertical descent indicator. The aircraft picks up speed because it can go up to this purple line here, or the magenta line I should say, as we start to descend through thinner air. But then the aircraft also notices, I'm going below the flight path, so it's going to pitch up to reduce the speed to come back to the vertical navigation. It's all doing it itself. I'm not interacting at any point. And it's going to keep following this green dot all the way down to Tobid, down to flight level 200. Once we cross Tobid, as I mentioned, this is going to change to flight level 15 in blue, same as this, as will out. Outs will go blue. At the moment it's out constraint. And that is the primary flight display and the annunciator panel of the Airbus. It's all color coded. When you get your head around it, it's really self-explanatory. We zoom back out now. Back to our normal view. It's our window of opportunity out there. So you can see we're coming down on the approach path on the EFB. Just coming down the Nagra 2 Hotel. Honley is not part of this arrival, so it's just an overfly. If we were told to hold at Honley, then we would obviously go to it, but we could just overfly, just direct to Tobid. So the approach brief has been completed before. I put on the airport's display there, you'll see we're just overhead Birmingham now. Directly overhead Birmingham. Passing flight level 250 on descent for flight level 150. Crossing Tobit at flight level 200, Soppit at flight level 150. Currently got 3.9 tons of fuel on board the aircraft, loads of fuel. Some would say a little bit too much, but contingency is always a good thing to have. Just looking at the primary flight display again, just approaching Tobid, we need to be crossing at flight level 200. So as we cross Tobid, we'll be at flight level 200. You can see flight level 200 has disappeared from the bottom of the altitude tape. We're now going to cross at flight level 200 and flight level 150 appears in blue. Speed descent out blue.
London Control, Luxor 3 Whiskey, flight level 350.
Radar contact.
So as we've done before, we're just adding runway extension line to the navigation display. If there's anything you want to see as part of the stream,
1,000 to go.
checked. Be that the next stream, the next destination, anything you want to learn about, let me know and I'll try and get that arranged. Try and fit that into another stream.
Contact Heathrow radar on 125.625.
125.625, Speedbird 9, Foxtrot Zulu. Heathrow radar, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu, flight level 150 socket, request further descent. Out star, out.
Checked.
Ryanair 35 Yankee Papa, contact London Control on 135.425.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu, expect the ILS runway 27 right approach into Heathrow. 135.425 for Ryanair 35 Yankee Papa.
Expect the ILS runway 27 right, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu, and request further descent when able.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu, descend flight level 107, turn left heading 095 vectors for the ILS runway 27 right approach.
Descend and maintain 7,000, turn right, left correction, left heading 095 vectors for the ILS runway 27 right, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. Cabin crew, that is 15 minutes to landing. Approach checklist.
Borrow ref.
QNH 1009.
1009. Set 1009. Set passing 14,000. 100. Seatbelt. Now.
On.
Minimum.
278 feet set.
Auto brake.
Set and checked.
Engine mode selector.
Normal.
Approach checklist completed.
So we're now reducing speed down to 220 knots, which is the standard approach speed for Heathrow.
Checked.
Whilst still maintaining a continuous descent path into Heathrow as well. So we need to be below 250 knots for the speed limit, which is enforced below flight level 100. With a transition altitude today at 9,000 feet, we're cleared down to 7, so we're cleared below transition altitude. Therefore we go on to the QNH over 1009. Really have to be careful with your QNH settings, because if you set it incorrectly in high terrain areas, you can fly straight into terrain, which is called CFIT, controlled flight into terrain. Turn right heading 120, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu. And you also need to be really careful when you're on approach, especially on a GPS approach. If you set your QNH wrong, you will literally fly straight into the ground or overshoot the runway. So getting the QNH correct is vitally important. So if we come over to the EFB, you can see we are kind of roughly following, but not following the arrival route. I mean, this is very tight. Real world you do get vectored, but normally you get vectored from Bovingdon. SayIntentions are working on it though, which I'm greatly appreciated for. Now that we have the seatbelt signs on, I won't be looking at the chat until we land. It's we call that the sterile flight deck situation. So we're now just solely thinking about the arrival. We're looking at traffic, we're calculating. Right now we've got 42 miles to run. So if this was a standard arrival, that would be 12,600 feet, so we should be at. Now we are slightly low because of altitude restrictions, be it soffit and tow bid. meet those restrictions. Now we are trying to maintain a continuous approach, a continuous descent profile onto the final of 27 right at Heathrow.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu, turn left heading 095.
Left turn heading 095. Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu. SayIntentions ATC likes to make box shapes.
To go.
So we'll get turned left 095, then we'll get turned right again to do a base leg. Which is why it's handy to have that runway centre line so you can work out what kind of shape they're making. We are literally following the downwind leg, but that's just how they do their separation. It will be tweaked every day. There's an update literally every time I turn this thing on.
Foxtrot Zulu, descend altitude 4000, turn right heading 180.
Descend and maintain 4000, turn right heading 180. Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu. Told you. I could have written it myself. So that's base leg, vertical speed 1000, out blue.
Departure Easy 9er 5 Echo Bravo 2000 for 4000. Easy 9er 5 Echo Bravo, radar contact, climb and maintain 11-1000. Up to 11-1000, Easy 9er 5 Echo Bravo. Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu, proceed direct Charlie Foxtrot 27 Romeo, descend altitude 3000 until established on the localizer, cleared for the ILS runway 27 right approach.
Clear direct Charlie Foxtrot 27 Romeo, descend and maintain 3000 feet until established on the localizer. Cleared for the ILS, runway 27 right, Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu.
Departure Ryanair 61 November, Quebec 2000 for 4000.
Ryanair 61 November, Quebec, radar contact, climb and maintain 10,000.
Flaps 1.
Speed checked. Flaps
Up to
1.
10,000, Ryanair 61 November, Quebec.
Ryanair 61 November, Quebec, contact London Control on 135.425.
135.425 for Ryanair 61 November, Quebec. Good day.
Departure Ryanair 9er Quebec 2000 for 4000.
Ryanair 9er Quebec, radar contact, climb and maintain 11-1000.
This is the cabin.
11-1000, Ryanair 9er Quebec.
Hi.
Departure Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray 2000 for 4000.
Amazing, thank you.
Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, radar contact, climb and maintain 8,000.
Cabin is secure.
Up to 8,000, Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray. Departure Scandinavian 506 2000 for 4000. Scandinavian 506, radar contact, climb and maintain 13-13,000. Up to 13-13,000, Scandinavian 506. Easy 9er 5 Echo Bravo, contact London Control on 119.78. Over to London Control on 119.78, Easy 9er 5 Echo Bravo. Flyer 8724, contact London Control on 128.43.
43 for Flyer 8724.
Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray, contact London Control on 127.7. 127.7 East, Speedbird 18 Lima X-ray. Ryanair 929 Quebec, contact London Control on 119.78.
Over to London Control on 119.78, Ryanair 929 Quebec.
Scandinavian 506, contact London Control on 127.7. 127.7 for Scandinavian 506. German Eagle 9090, climb and maintain flight level 080. Up to flight level 080, German Eagle 9090.
See Hyde Park down there. It's a chain they don't put in a Winter Wonderland. Check. Flaps 2.
Speed checked. Flaps 2.
Blue Max 16 Hotel Kilo, radar contact. Climb and maintain 7,000. 7,000, Blue Max 16 Hotel Kilo. Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu, contact Heathrow Tower on 124.48, crossing Charlie Foxtrot 27 Romeo.
Crossing Charlie Foxtrot 27 Romeo, Tower 124.48, Speedbird 9 Foxtrot Zulu.
Traffic.
Observed. Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 9 at Foxtrot Zulu for the ILS, runway 27 right. Lockstar.
Checked.
So that traffic is paused traffic. It's not moved. So I'm not going to follow
Speedbird 9 at Foxtrot Zulu,
Alright.
Heathrow Tower, identified.
Outstar.
Checked.
Glide slope blue, Cat 3 dual, autopilots 1 and 2. Lock, glide slope.
Clear of conflict.
China Eastern 551 hold, short of runway 27 left.
Holding short of runway 27 left, China Eastern 551.
So we've got one lot of traffic
China
about
Eastern
5 miles
551
ahead,
cross runway 27 left.
which we can see. We've got the paused traffic
Speedbird
behind
9
us.
at Foxtrot Zulu, Heathrow Tower, speed 160 till 4 nautical miles.
Speed 160 to 4. Speedbird 9 at Foxtrot Zulu.
Lot 2 Echo Juliet, holding short of 27 left, ready to go.
Lot 2 Echo Juliet, wind
Radar
210
altimeter
at 10, runway 27
Position check
left.
QNH 1009 once, twice, 3 times.
Cleared for takeoff, 27 left, lot 2 Echo Juliet.
Speedbird 9 at Foxtrot Zulu, winds 210 at 11, runway 27 right, cleared to land.
Cleared land, runway 27 right, Speedbird 9 at Foxtrot Zulu. So we've got a crosswind from the left.
Shuttle 4 Juliet, holding short 27 left, ready for departure.
Drop the gear at 6 miles.
Shuttle 4 Juliet, winds 210 at 10, runway 27 left,
Gear down.
cleared for takeoff.
Steer down.
Cleared for takeoff, 27 left, shuttle 4 Juliet.
Flaps 3.
Speed checked. Flaps 3.
Landing checklist.
Decount memo.
Landing no blue.
Landing checklist completed.
Check.
Lot 2 Echo Juliet, contact departure.
Over to departure, Lot 2 Echo Juliet.
Approaching runway 27 right.
Checked. Confirmed. My aircraft. There's a dip when I disconnected that.
Eurowings 4 Tango Whiskey, contact ground on 121.905.
Switching to ground, Eurowings 4 Tango Whiskey.
Shuttle 4 Juliet, contact departure.
100 above.
100 above.
Checked.
Continue.
Checked.
Okay, switching to departure, shuttle 4 Juliet.
Minimums.
Minimum.
Heathrow Tower, Speedbird 84 November Tango. Established on the ILS runway 27 right.
Speedbird 84 November Tango, roger.
30, 20, retard. Pinch.
Spoilers. Reverse green. To south.
It's a bit of an aggressive flare there because nothing happened.
70 knots.
Brakes. Yeah, I flared and nothing happened, so I just pulled back. But I'll take it. It looked smooth.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu, welcome to Heathrow. Contact ground on 121.905. China Southern 303, wind 210 at 10, runway 27 right, cleared to land.
Contact ground 121.905, Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu.
Shuttle 8 Quebec, holding short of...
Heathrow ground, Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu on Alpha. Request taxi to Terminal 5, stand at 547.
Runway 27 left taxi via Alpha, link 53, Bravo, link 28, November 1, Speedbird 4 Tango Hotel.
Speedbird 9er Foxtrot Zulu. Taxi to Terminal 5B, gate 547, via Alpha, Charlie. Have a good day.
Taxi to Terminal 5B, stand 547 via Alpha Charlie, Speedbird 947. After landing checklist.
Radar and predictive wind shear system.
Off.
After landing checklist completed.
Speedbird 964, hotel contact tower on 124.48.
47 we want. There we go.
Tower, Speedbird 964 Hotel.
if you've been along with us for the whole journey, thank you very much for watching. If you joined us throughout the journey today, appreciate you coming along. We're just going to make a turn here on Charlie to join Terminal 5B. That will be the terminal on our right hand side, stand 547. Ground crew should be waiting for us. We've got 35 seconds on the engines.
On 124.48.
Over to tower. Finnair 4 Charlie Echo.
Turn off the runway turn off lights. Those APU is up and running and available. We're just coming up to the gate now.
Speedbird 664, contact tower on 124.48.
Ground, China Southern 303, taxi to the ramp.
China Southern 303, taxi to parking via Alpha 9er, Echo Alpha, Lima November 3. Hold short of runway 27 left, then Sierra 3 Sierra Tango.
Cabin crew, disarm slides and cross check.
Alpha 9er, Echo, Alpha, Lima, November 3. Hold short of runway 27 left. Then Sierra 3. Sierra, Tango, China Southern 303.
Okay, parking brake is set. Beacon and seatbelt signs coming off. Parking checklist.
Parking brake or chocks.
Set.
Engines.
Off.
Wing lights.
Off.
Fuel pumps.
Off.
Parking checklist completed.
Just check the overhead. We have external power is available, so we'll just pop that on. And we'll lose the APU, so we're not burning any more fuel. We can turn off the flap 3 landing as well. Well, thank you very much for joining Speedbird14 today. As mentioned, it's been a long day. We started at 10 o'clock this morning. We've been to Tromsø and back. You can see our routings today, all the way up to the top of Norway.
Speedbird 722, contact tower on 124.48.
It's one of the longer of the short haul routes that we operate, especially going that way. If you have joined us today, thank you very much for watching. Back again tomorrow, approximately 10 o'clock again. If you'd like to come along, haven't yet decided where, it'll be a surprise. So we'll just wait for passengers to disembark. We can't shut down with passengers on board. We've got 131 of them still to go. And as I mentioned, you can like and subscribe if you like the channel and the content that I provide.
November, Tango, taxi to parking via Alpha 9er, Echo Alpha.
And also visit our Twitch page,
Alpha 9er, Echo
search
Alpha,
Speedbird14 and you
Tango.
can drop a recommendation of where we should fly next. Do appreciate any support you can give to the channel. It is always appreciated, and I do enjoy making the content. I think I should have done it years ago. So let me know where you want to fly next, where you want to see, and see you next time on the live stream. Thanks for watching.
Lufthansa 8 Hotel ready for push.